goodness, it's good to be back. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I hope you are having a swimming hump day. I hope that all your hump needs and all your hump dreams and wishes come true on this August hump day. It is a beautiful day in sunny Arizona, not even reaching 110 degrees. So I'm bragging. I feel like I'm bragging a little bit. Good to see you guys. TikTok back up and running. We beat the ban again. We'll see how that goes. Make sure on TikTok you're just getting those likes up, and if you are able to gift, please gift. It makes a great deal of impact on our ability to stay on TikTok. Our bans seem to get overturned much easier when we are gifting. So thank you guys for being here on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Let's jump into it. I got to probably jump in the VC here with Jen. Or we could do this whole thing without Jen. Nobody would get yelled at. That's another option. Depends on how you guys want to do this. Good morning, Jen. She doesn't want to talk to us yet. She hasn't had her coffee yet.
I actually don't even drink coffee on a daily basis, surprisingly.
What do you do in the morning? What do you drink?
Probably like typical lefty fashion, like the blood of souls that displease me.
Adrenochrome cocktail for your
exactly.
For morning. Wait, are you not like a caffeine consumer?
To be honest, it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Caffeine doesn't.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't notice if I drink caffeine.
So you just raw dog your mornings?
I just raw dog life, yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, you are a weird person. I don't know that I'm fairly certain I've never talked to you drunk. I don't even know if you do. Do you drink?
And I'm not typically, not that I'm against it. I used to drink a lot more when I was younger, but I just haven't. Like, I'm not against it, but I just haven't.
And then I've tried to get you, when you're mad at me, to smoke. You don't smoke either. How do you not have vices? This is weird.
I mean, I probably do. I used to drink like a lot more when I was a little younger, but then I just kind of I stopped.
So what are your vices? What are your vices? Do you have any?
I'm trying to think. There's nothing that's jumping out off the top of my head that I can think of, to be honest.
Do you gamble?
No. No, I think gambling is stupid, to be honest.
Do you commit crime?
I don't understand. I can't talk about that. So
that's great. I don't understand you at all. I have no understanding of how you operate your life. It's crazy.
I mean, I do drink coffee when it's cold.
But just to warm you up?
Just to be warm. But other than that, and I half the time don't even finish it. So
yeah, somebody said I'm your vice. That's not good.
Yeah, yelling.
That sucks.
Yelling in anger.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing I can really think about, to be honest. That I have a major vice that
most of my life is a vice. Like almost all of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I lost my vices, I don't know what I would do. Like it would be a real problem if I woke up in the morning and I couldn't get caffeine.
Yeah, it's
just like mentally, I don't think I could cope with it. Like I would fall apart.
Yeah, and someone's asked, no, we haven't met in person, which is it's.
Jen said she has no desire to ever come within 100 yards of me. That's what she said.
That's what the court order said.
So that's what the court.
That's what the courts say, not me.
That's crazy. Yeah, well, whatever you're doing, it's working, but it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
I mean, who knows if it's working? I mean, I just think who knows? I'm sure there's things I get annoyed or frustrated, but yeah, no,
don't try and backdoor and seem normal now. Like, no, I'm just like you guys. I totally probably have vices if I thought of it. You're weird. Just accept it.
Yeah.
I know why you tried to.
I have to think about it. Gardening, definitely. It makes
gardening.
No. I'm talking about the other gardening.
It's a hobby.
No, I'm talking about the other gardening, the gardening you enjoy.
Oh,
that made me paranoid.
Horticulture.
your type of for TikTok friendly stuff.
Yeah.
Back gardening made me paranoid, and I didn't feel like I was in control, so I didn't like it.
So what do you? All right. Maybe this is a different time. What do you do? Like the show ends today. Your daughter's at school. What do you do at the end? Because what I do, immediately I sit there and I wait. I let the music play 1 or 2 times. Then I hit end live. I turn off the lights. I turn off the camera. I immediately go out into my garage and I smoke. That's why every time. I don't understand what you do when the lights go off.
After the show ends, I finish up a handful of things like, that we.
Oh, yeah. All your fucking spreadsheets. You're so stupid.
Shut up. It's stupid. It's organized. God.
Okay. Sorry.
And then I wait to download the episode to upload it to Spotify, which this is a good time. If you guys haven't gone and watched an episode of our Spotify, we need 2,000 individual people to go watch an episode on our Spotify. If you guys could do that, that would be awesome. But yeah, I upload that and I organize different things, and then my spawn gets home. Like, not her school gets out. She started middle school this year, so she gets out.
Yeah, but there's time. Like, stuff's downloading. What do you do while stuff is downloading? This is crazy. This is.
I don't know.
You might not be human.
I might not be.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm not sure you're real, to be honest. There's times when I'm historically, I'm a person who is not super difficult to catfish. So sometimes I think like maybe you are like catfishing all of us. I don't understand you at all. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
People see me on a live with a camera on and everything, so I'm a real person.
Yeah, no, I believe you're real, but like you could be something entirely different. You could actually.
I could be a robot.
Yeah, you could be. You could be just like a deep state spy. I don't know. I don't understand your life at all. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I probably over-organized. I hyper-focus on something stupid after the show, to be honest. That's probably what.
So your vice is stress. That's what your vice is? Okay.
Yeah. I like pretty much stress or whatever.
When things are too hard, you just stress.
Yeah, I have to figure out how I'm going to, get upset about something or try to get, or I have, my spawn gets very stressed, so I have to deal with her, whatever crap she's pulling on me that day. So that's fun.
You also run TikTok. You forget about you mod every live on TikTok, so that's probably part of it too.
Whether I've asked to be or not. So
yeah.
But
do your thing.
Anyways, so we can look in that top left-hand corner is our gift goal. We do the show each day from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So if you guys could help us out and knock out that gift goal, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards finishing off that goal. If you haven't subscribed to us, you can subscribe wherever you're watching. We do member-only events for paid subscribers. So if you guys want to be part of those, subscribe so you can be part of it. If any opposition are here, I haven't seen any yet in the chats. You guys can come up and talk. How you do that is you DM me on Discord. My Discord username is the same as the Venmo, and I can bring you up to talk to them in real time. And then to also check out our link tree. We're on most social media platforms. We have merch, Jay's on Cameo. I've mentioned the Spotify already. Like I said, we need 10,000 watch hours and up to 2,000 people. The last I checked, I think we were at like 210 people that watched the episode. So we're a little shy on that. So if you guys could help us out, that would be cool. And what do you call a musical group composed of dads?
I don't know.
A pop band.
A what? Oh, a pop band. Stupid. No. Johnny says knock knock. I don't know if there's a rest to that joke coming. Looking forward to it. Swish says this is a lot of small talk. We're in the last days. Look, I actually do like I like small talk if I'm giving out the small talk. I don't like answering it. But I also was just Jen is constantly confusing to me. So and I wanted you guys to take part in that. Let's jump right into the news today. Wild scenes out of LA. Thank God, or DC, excuse me. Thank God we have the FBI and Homeland Security in Washington, DC, keeping the people safe. Here is, I don't even know who this is. This is from Zateo, which is Mehdi Hassan's organization. So this is somebody I think that works with Zateo. Thank God we have journalists on the ground bravely fighting through the crime-infested streets of Washington, D.C. and giving us a close-up view of all the hard work our federal law enforcement is doing in Washington, D.C.
A huge amount of dissent from D.C. residents here.
You're proud of what you're doing, show your face!
And they're going right back up the escalators now. So as you can see, his vest is labeled with HSI, Homeland Security Investigations.
My patients need safety.
And all these people just filming him going up and down an escalator.
What brought you all here today? Any concerns today? Is there a reason of going up and down the escalator repeatedly? This is now the second time we're going down the escalator. If there's a directive for going up and down the stairs, they're doing a very good job here today in Washington, D.C. We have police federal agent, police special agent, and police written on the back of these vests here. At least one of the vests was labeled HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. We have a much larger presence down here now. We are seeing an apprehension as we speak here in the Columbia Heights Metro Station.
All right, now we're going to find some violence. I know we were laughing at them just riding the escalator, but now federal agents, Homeland Security, FBI, they're all here. Now they're solving real crime. So I know we were laughing before, but now this is the real stuff.
Could you tell us why this individual is being arrested? Is there a reason for this individual to be arrested? Is he being detained for any reason? What's going on here? Could you tell us? A stop?
Mm-hmm. What? The news?
I do watch the news, yeah. We're actually part of the news. I'm here to ask you.
Why are you here? You tell me. What the fuck? Bro, I'm asking you why you're here. Why would I know why you're here? Why are you flipping this on me?
You seem to be the expert here. Why is the FBI here? For a fare evasion case. No. And why is Homeland Security here for fare evasion?
They're not here for fare evasion.
So what was Homeland Security here doing?
They're here supporting everybody in D.C. with the same focus.
So the focus of Homeland Security and the FBI is fare evasion?
No, the focus of me and this officer right now is fare evasion.
Okay.
They're going to support everything that we do just like we support everything that they do.
Okay, we're still in the Washington, D.C. Metro Station
right,
area.
Now we got some more
There's
crime.
now a much larger presence. Massive crowd of D.C. residents rejecting the Donald Trump takeover. And you're hearing some cheering. It seems like these officers are indeed leaving. As you can see, these agents are also in...
All right, then it's just going to show unmarked vehicles driving away. Thank God. Thank God for this president keeping us safe. We were all in so much danger. But now we have the FBI and Homeland Security backing up these brave officers who are detaining people for fare evasion. That's what we needed. This is what we voted for, says MAGA. This is the important stuff. Dustin said, "Can you ask Jay what made him optimistic?" What made me optimistic? I don't remember saying I was optimistic. I might have. Sorry. That's a good question. I should have answered that in real time. I don't remember what I said about being optimistic. I'm a generally optimistic person. I get really down. Like if I get negative, it really, really affects me. In fact, just being like full transparency, yesterday was like after the show yesterday, I did feel down. Like, and the reason I felt down yesterday is because you had that Bible. I don't even know if Bible thumper is the right thing. He didn't seem to know much about the Bible, but like that dude who would just rather trust the answer to his prayers over facts. And like that was exhausting to talk to somebody that long who fights so hard not to live in reality. So I do try and be optimistic just because negativity really, really affects me. Some people are better at dealing with it than others. I'm not great at that, at least internally. I got to like just kick that shit out and try and be optimistic. That's why sometimes I think I get accused of giving right-wingers too much leeway, or I'm too optimistic, or I think I can change them. I could still change Lauren Boebert. I'm sure of that. I can still, but just by tricking her. I think I could trick her into being a liberal. You just couldn't tell her she was a liberal. Trump made a weird announcement, a weird claim on Fox News about D.C., as he does what all Republicans do now. They just like beat themselves off publicly and talk about how great they are. Here's Trump making shit up on Fox and Friends, where of course they'll never fact check him.
But Mr. President,
now I'm doing something.
Oh, that's quiet. Extra volume. There we go.
Thing that I'm having such fun with because I'm helping people. I've made Washington D.C. just an incredible place in literally 4 days. I have friends that say they're going out to dinner. Did you see what's happening with the restaurants? They're bursting. They were all closing and going bankrupt. I mean, it would be.
Okay. No, they weren't. They were not going bankrupt. In fact, you can look at the numbers. So the police takeover happened on August 11. Open Table, which is like for reservations, shows that seated diners in Washington fell 16% on that day. And then by August 13th, 2 days later, they had fallen 31%. And we're still down on average 20% through the time Trump made this claim. Restaurant Week, which is, I guess, a week in D.C. where they promote restaurants, kicked off August 18th. And the slump is stuck around, still down 20%. And marquee operators are saying that there is absolutely no uptick. But it didn't end there, because then Trump makes things really, really uncomfortable for the rest of these Fox and Friends hosts while he lets go a not very well guarded secret, but something they don't talk about openly on Fox News very often.
It would be great. There's a guy named Sean Hannity. He might take a very lovely young lady that he knows very, very well to dinner in Washington, and they don't have to. And she's sitting right next to you, by the way.
Yeah, that's Sean Hannity's girlfriend in the middle there, Ainsley. Her name's Ainsley, first of all. She's only like 30 years younger than Sean Hannity. But that's Sean Hannity's girlfriend, who he groomed.
That's right.
But Mr. President, I don't want to get him in trouble, so I better explain exactly. We don't want any secrets here. But
exactly
that's the greatest relationship. I hope I'm not breaking any news. This could be the biggest. Hey, this could be the most important thing I said. But let me tell you, those are two great, Ainsley and Sean, great people. And when they go out to dinner, I don't want to see them get mugged. Now they can go out, they can hold hands, they can walk down the street. They're both superstars. I want to know who makes more money, because she's got to be making a lot.
Somebody tell the MAGA folks, like, am I going to debate again? Yeah, right now, bitch. Right now. Right now. Low H Will Gaming. Right now. If you message Jen on Discord, you can come up right now, bitch. I love how you, like, we beg you guys to debate every single day. Are you going to stay in your echo chamber? That's you. You can come here every single day. Any day you're welcome to come here and debate. It's an open forum. GenDub1 on Discord. You can come on up. There you go. Trump is losing it. He's absolutely losing his mind. Pink said, how is God like Donald Trump? If you're not on your knees, he's not interested. That's pretty accurate. All right. Pam Bondi has been sending out letters all over the country, doing what this administration it's become like it's what they do. And this will be a little bit of a theme of the show today. One thing that I think that Trump has realized is that nobody in MAGA reads, and they don't fact check anything. So if Trump puts out an executive order, he could say anything he wants. He could come out, he could be like, Provo, Utah is under siege from Mexican cartel invaders. We must send the National Guard now. And you all just go, yep, fuck it. Yeah, we got to do it. They said none of you will check to see if there's like a siege. None of you. So Pam Bondi now is sending out these letters claiming, making claims that these cities that aren't allowing ICE to come, like they aren't like working with ICE, which they have no legal obligation to do. There's no constitutional obligation for state governments to work with ICE to do the job of ICE. None. But now she's sending out warning letters to all of them saying that you better do this or else, and saying that they are in a criminal violation for not working with ICE. This is the governor of Washington. His name is Bob Ferguson, and responding to the letter from Pam Bondi.
So let me start by saying that I recently received a letter from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. I think you all have a copy of that. It purports to notify me that Washington State, and these are her words now, has been identified as a so-called sanctuary jurisdiction. That's her line. By the way, on grounds that her letter makes no effort whatsoever to explain.
Judith, thank you for the PayPal to help hire a private investigator to investigate the real Jen.
She refers to unidentified policies and practices within Washington state that she asserts violate federal law, once again, without any explanation whatsoever. The letter goes on to invoke federal obstruction, conspiracy, and harboring statutes that carry criminal penalties with prison time. Bondi even threatens that state officials, including some of the folks who joined me today, by the way, just so we're clear, even threatens that state officials, and I'm quoting now from her letter, operating under the color of the law, using their official position to obstruct federal immigration enforcement efforts and facilitating or inducing illegal immigration may be subject to criminal charges. That is breathtaking. And a letter like this cannot be normalized. Let me be very clear. Washington.
I know it's been mentioned a bunch in the chat, but like, what happened to states' rights? States' rights. That's only for like stripping rights away from women, I guess, right? That's the only time we really care about states' rights. But when it comes to how you're running sports, when it comes to running a curriculum, when it comes to forcing the states to do the will of the federal government, then it's not states' rights. It's just if you want to take away rights from women, right?
State will not be.
And underage marriage, that's true. You do have those Republican states fighting those pesky statutory rape laws. I know those get in the way, you guys. It would be nice if you could change some of those laws because you'd get, a couple hundred of your politicians back.
Bullied or intimidated by threats and legally baseless accusations. In the America that I love, and have taught my children to revere, we resolve our differences peacefully through public discourse, and if necessary, through the courts, not by threatening political opponents with imprisonment. Pam Bondi takes a very different approach. Her letter threatens me, police officers, state troopers, sheriffs, judges, and other officials with prison time. Why? Because our state legislature passed a bipartisan law that appropriately and lawfully limits the diversion of state and local resources to federal immigration enforcement.
Or just for everybody in the YouTube chat, if you're not in the YouTube chat, that's fine. You can go over there. I just want to point out real quick that the same people that come in and challenge me to a debate every day, then when we tell them, oh, you can debate, then they start making up excuses. And I'll say the same thing to you that you probably came here from like Andrew's group. You're somebody from the Raging Tomato. Somewhere, that's where you saw me. You're a bitch. All of you are bitches. I've offered $100 to any of you. It's been matched. I think it's $200 now. If you can come up and explain why I was wrong about anything, and every time we ask you to do it, you go, oh, I'm not going to do that. I'll just get muted. I had an hour-long conversation with somebody yesterday. Didn't get muted once. Not one fucking time did anybody get muted. I go onto your spaces and I do 8v1. No problem. It's crazy if you think that, like, I'm afraid. Like, I go to your places, I debate. Do you ever see your folks come over here? Any of your folks ever show up? Or in order to have a debate, do we have to go to your spaces where you guys can be safe and protected with your echo chambers? Like, you're a bitch. That's why you're not coming up here. You know that that's why you're not coming up here. And by bitch, I just mean, like, you don't have enough intellectual capacity to have a discussion. And you have no clue what the people on your side are saying, so you can't even parrot it. And the reason you can't parrot it is twofold. One, you can't remember things. Like, your brain capacity is limited. And two, what they're saying doesn't make any fucking sense. They just practice a lot. They literally write debates for each other. They sit around and they write out debate prompts for each other. They practice. Your entire side practices. It's a performance. It's all performative. And it's all for money. And by the way, I'm not going to blow anybody up, but all these people that you think are good debaters, they're all doing it for money. It's all performative. I have the DMs. I'm not going to blow anybody's shit up. But I promise you, the people that have seen the DMs will back me up that every time we start talking about this stuff, they talk about money. And they don't like me fucking things up for them sometimes and calling out biases and attacking religion because it fucks with their money. They're all using you for money. That's the only reason they debate, and it's also why they never admit that they're wrong about dumb shit. It's a money grab, and you guys aren't smart enough to see it. I'm sorry that you're not. But if you see the conversations I have behind closed doors with these Republicans, every one of them talks about money. And you can go read all of my DMs with all of them. I never talk about money. I don't ask for revenue share. I don't ask for any of the money that they raise for me coming over there and debating. So I show up, I debate on these platforms, I make them all money, and then they go and they make videos like they'll make a video about me and it just happens to be their best performing video. I don't get a dime from that. I don't ask for a dime from that. They're all using you for money. That's it. It's the whole reason they're doing it. At least we're transparent here, right? At least we're transparent. We say we're not going to take any advertisers. All money, like we're going to be entirely crowd-funded here. But I'll go anywhere and debate, and I don't make a dime from that. It doesn't help me at all. I don't gain an audience from it. Nothing. There is no benefit other than I believe that ideas should be debated. That's the only benefit. But that's the reason that none of your folks will come over here, because they don't make any money. They'll only go places where they make money. They're not willing to give you their time. They'll tell you that they're passionate about these things and that it matters to them so much. But when it comes down to dollars and cents, none of them would ever show up here because they're not going to get paid. They only show up when they're getting paid. And I go places for free. So I just want to clear that up for all of you. The reason you're not up here is because you're cowards and you don't have a defense for any of this. You don't have a defense for the fact that we have governors all over this country, mayors all over this country, who are having to stand up and say, hey, like, last I checked, states have rights. And you don't even want to debate that? You don't want to discuss this? You just want to sit down in the chat and talk about how tough you are and how I'm such a coward, but you've seen me other places. None of us have ever seen you. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, because you won't come up and have a discussion. And when you get pressed by the people in the chat, who also, by the way, want to hear a discussion, they also want to hear your point of view. They also want to hear your explanation rather than just hearing the right explanation from me. They want to hear from you too. So all the chat asks you to come up here too, and then you immediately start coming up with excuses. The reason that you don't come up is because there's nothing to defend. There's nothing about this presidency is going well. And we literally have offered to pay you guys, and you still won't come up.
By threatening criminal prosecutions of state officials, this letter embarrasses and disgraces the office of the United States Attorney General. Washington State is proud to be a welcoming community that values immigrants and refugees' contributions to our economy and our cultural fabric. We do so while accounting for and complying with applicable federal law. If Pam Bondi really believed Washington stays in conflict.
Hey, for those who are watching on TikTok, don't watch it on TikTok. There's YouTube and there's Twitch. You can watch this on YouTube and Twitch. It's better anyways. Yes, I'm gonna freeze on TikTok. Yes, like I've already gotten 3 warnings. They try and ban us every single day. TikTok doesn't necessarily like this type of programming. They're not going to make it easy for you. Go to Twitch and go to YouTube. There's more people there in the chat anyways, and at least like we get something for those views. So that's what I would say. If it's freezing, you can go in and out of the app, or you can just go to YouTube or Twitch where it runs smoothly almost every day.
With controlling federal law, she would make some effort to explain.
Sorry, one more thing. If you don't like the YouTube chat, if you don't like hanging out with the incels, go to Twitch. Twitch is mostly like the people from our Discord. If you don't like seeing what the chat on YouTube, go to Twitch.
She did not because she cannot. In 2017, I was the first state attorney general to challenge President Donald Trump's efforts to trample our Constitution in court, and I was the first attorney general to defeat him. Along with the excellent team in the Office of the Attorney General, we went on to defeat the first Trump administration 55 times in court. We were unsuccessful in just 3 cases. Given that history, I can assure you, I am prepared to defend Washington from any litigation the Trump administration wishes to pursue. If they choose to challenge me and my state, we will defeat them and seek all appropriate costs and fees. Pam Bondi seems to believe that cavalierly citing criminal statutes and personally threatening me, a democratically elected governor, will result in compromising the values of my state. That is not going to happen. Pam Bondi seems to think and seeks to have Washington State bend the knee to a Trump administration that day by day drags us closer to authoritarianism. That's not going to happen either. I am not intimidated by Pam Bondi or the president. Nobody standing behind me is intimidated by Pam Bondi or the president.
There we go. Let's see. Dolphin said, don't know if you know what happened yesterday at the Texas State Capitol. The Capitol Police said there was an active shooter to get the protesters out of where that congresswoman is being held. It happened in Hector Talks Live. I do edit a video about it with Oslo. Dolphin, will you send that to Jen on Discord? I have not seen that. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but we can get it from Jen. If you can get over to Jen, we can look at it. Thanks, Izzy, for joining the Dollar Train. Amy Lynn said Bob has kicked Trump's jazz, which I think is ass, in court 99% of the time. Electric Dad said I'll match the 100. Amy said, can we see your DMs? Redacted, of course. No, look, there's like an unspoken agreement that when we plan out debates and when people talk about their business, that we don't share that. I don't think it would be very good faith of me to expose DMs. I've done it once. I've showed the DMs one time, and that was from Justin over on TikTok. I showed Justin's live, but only because Justin accused me of coming to his lives to make money. So I had to show, like, the DMs were like, "Hey, bro, come to our live. We'll make so much money together. This will be the biggest show on TikTok." So that was the only time I ever showed it. But I'm not going to blow people up. If people want to grift, they can grift. Why do people? If this is all about money for some people, that's their business. If this was all about money for me, I'd be on the right. So it's incredible how much money you can make with a relatively small following. Like the amount of money right wingers are willing to pay you just to say shit that they already think, just to confirm their beliefs. They do pay a good amount of money, and so that's where I would go. If you ever see me on the right, that's what happened. I decided, fuck it, I'm going for the money. I'm going to sell out, and I'm a right winger now. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu also responded to Pam Bondi's request. I'm not going to show that because it's basically the same thing. But it's good to see the folks up here in the Northeast fighting against DC, just a little north of Trump. It's good to see them standing up and telling that guy to fuck off. I want to show you this. This was from TikTok user CMoney636. So I don't know if that's this doctor here or not. But this, again, as we get, it's sometimes like there's so much shit happening with the Trump administration that we oftentimes don't get to talk about policy. But this is one of those instances where I think I would like to see if Gavin Newsom wants us to take him seriously as a progressive. I think this is one of those places Gavin Newsom needs to start talking about just how fucked up our healthcare system is. We have hands down the worst healthcare system in the world. We just happen to have a lot of money, and so like we can get some good outcomes. But our healthcare system is absolutely moronic. This is a doctor calling in to the healthcare provider of her patient. You can hear the patient in the background trying to, as this patient basically went and saw her normal doctor, all of a sudden is told that this doctor's visit is not going to be covered.
That it shows that your doctor network.
All right. Perfect. And you're acknowledging this patient never received a letter in the mail informing her we were out of network?
I'm sorry.
You're also acknowledging this patient was never notified that we were out of network?
We don't send out notifications advising when a provider changes.
Legally, per CMS, you're supposed to provide a 90-day. Per CMS guidelines, you're supposed to provide 90 days.
Why would you not tell the patient that they're going to have to pay to go see their doctor now? Why would you not tell somebody that?
Well, generally, when you make an appointment
with
your provider,
I make my appointment.
No longer accepting the insurance, they will advise.
I make my appointment the day I leave my office. Today, if I had an appointment.
She may not be the doctor. You may be right about that. She may be the billing specialist.
I do have an appointment, but when I go to the desk, they give me 3 months from now a date to come back.
Which would be, you're supposed to give a 90-day notice.
Actually, I take that back. There seems to be a lot of degrees on the wall behind her. I don't know for sure what she's doing, but I would imagine somebody with 4 degrees probably isn't just working in billing and having their own office. So I'm going to go back to, I do believe this is a doctor.
Why it's 3 months away and she received no correspondence. And then we've been told conflicting information by Audrey, by Deborah stating we're in network. Then you tell us we're out of network.
What are we?
Oh, no. What Audrey advised me that she stated was that the claim processed in network.
Nope.
But
She
you're
said
no
she
longer
ran a
showing
test claim and it was showing in network.
This is what's crazy. Like, there's laws that say that you have to give somebody 90 days notice. They didn't give 90 days notice. What do you think is going to happen to this patient? If you want to hold these folks accountable, you want to hold these insurance companies accountable, what are you going to you're going to have to what, sue them? This is why our system sucks. They can do whatever they want. They don't have to fight this shit. They could just they can have 3 different agents at the insurance company tell them different things. They can be in clear violation of the law. And what are you going to do? You're going to hire a lawyer for thousands of dollars to sue them for maybe a couple $100 bill? No, you're just going to pay it. That's why our system sucks. There's no voice for the people. That's why you do universal health care. Ironically, conservatives in this country have forgotten that the reason that we have a republic, the reason that we have a country, is to collectively bargain. It's because we are stronger as a whole than we are individually. So individually, we should have rights, but we should have, as a whole, protections. And what we've seen in America, especially when it comes to healthcare, is we've seen a coordinated, concentrated attack on the American people, convincing the most, I don't know, dead-brained among us to think that somehow true freedom is allowing these massive corporations to dictate which of your medical bills will be paid and which doctor you will see. Somehow we've been convinced that that is true freedom, and that having a universal healthcare option, a public option, is less freedom. There is nothing about universal healthcare that would be less free. You could go see, especially when it comes to Medicare for all, you see whatever doctor you want. When you feel sick, you go see a doctor. When you need medication, you go get your medication. No more like, oh, okay, well, today's Tuesday, I get paid next Thursday. I've got $84 left in my checking account. Now, this medication is important to me, but will I die if I don't take this medication? No. Okay, so I guess I'll pay for groceries, and I'll wait till next week when I get paid to pay for my medication. And somehow, we have millions of Americans who are like, yeah, fuck yeah, man, capitalism, freedom, baby. It's not freedom. Even capitalism, free market capitalism, the whole idea behind that is that we would have the freedom to kind of do what we wanted for work, right? That's like truly that's the best way. That gives people an incentive to work hard and to make more money. And yet you've allowed this culture war and this ideological war of capitalism versus communism, capitalism versus socialism. You've allowed yourself to be completely overtaken by corporatism and corporations. And now corporations run not only your life, but they also run the government. And every time we try and step in and be like, hey, what if as Americans we took our freedom back? What if we took our power back? You guys go, no, that's socialism. Oh, yeah, no shit. No shit. Maybe socialism, maybe the idea that you control your own labor, maybe elements of socialism and ideas from socialism aren't that bad. You guys would rather have your life run by Jeff Bezos than have universal health care. Well, at least I'm not a socialist. I'm just a cuck to Jeff Bezos, which is exactly what he's trying to do, by the way. He's trying to take over the pharmaceutical industry. He wants to get money every single time you go to a doctor, every time you order a prescription. Jeff Bezos sees every action in your life and he says, how could I make some money off of that? And then he figures it out, or he buys a company who's figured it out. And all it does for you is drive up your costs, because now there's an extra bit of money that has to go to Jeff Bezos that inflates your costs just a little bit more. And every time that happens, you guys celebrate it like, oh, the Jeff Bezos is amazing, isn't he? No, he has a monopoly now. And now he gets to drive up the cost. Like one company gets to basically dictate prices. And every time they buy another company, right, or they buy out a competitor, they're going to raise things just a little bit. They're going to have to raise the amount of money they bring in just a little bit. They might have to raise a fee just a little bit. You know, there used to be like Amazon Prime was free, and now there's all these extra fees that come in. Like, well, you could get it 2 hours earlier. The amount of times I've paid to have same-day shipping that I didn't get same-day shipping is remarkable. It's like 50-50. I'll pay for it. And then you have to go in, and because Amazon's not going to refund it automatically, then I have to go in and I have to like make a request to have that refunded, which I'm not going to do because it's not worth 45 minutes of my time to get $3 back. And they all know that. So they're just like, thanks for the $3. We lied to you. I talked to you guys about honey yesterday, which apparently was an older story. Now that I looked into it, I've seen like, I think Hassan did a video on it like 7 months ago. So it was an old story, but how honey came in and they just like started stealing from everybody. But on its face, we were like, this is great. And then you realize you weren't getting any discounts. You were just stealing from other creators. It's what they do. Dan said, get a life. Got it, Dan. Thanks, bud. Amy said, Biden made it so medical debt can't go on your credit report. Trump changed that and made it so white collar crime isn't pursued. Facts. Everything about Republicans are just like, hey, we're selling you. You've become a commodity. And they tell you that this is freedom and that this is capitalism. But what they really mean is they've just commoditized you. Let me show you. Actually, this is a good segue into this. It's not going to be in order. Let me find this video. It's number 9. Who's doing it? Is it Casey today? Casey, this is number 9. This is Tim Dillon, comedian on his show yesterday. Tim Dillon has gotten more political, but only because Tim Dillon has he's been kind of like this kook a little bit. Like he would talk about Alex Jones and he would talk about conspiracy theories, but now he's frustrated because he's like, we used to have fun talking about all these conspiracy theories where the government would run everything and they'd start watching our every move. And then now we're doing it. And everybody who had these conspiracy theories are just pretending it didn't happen.
We got the cops on the street that are not cops or that are the military. They've already got the National Guard on the street. They already have all your information in D.C., and now they just get to decide what is and isn't over the line. That should scare everybody. You're fucking nuts, dude. If this doesn't scare you, you're nuts. All of these things that Alex Jones, and I've had Alex on, I like Alex, but all these things that Alex Jones was like worried about when I listened to him in the late 90s, early 2000s are coming to fruition. And I don't know where he is on all of that stuff, but like, I know he's a big fan of Trump, but like, this is everything Alex Jones always talked about. Military in the street, the FEMA camp, the tech company that monitors everything, the surveillance. This is all of that. I mean, not to sound like a fucking nut. This is everything a crackhead. And I don't even mean
We've talked, like, people say CIA this, CIA that, FBI this, FBI that, surveillance state, whatever. Do you Republicans understand that not only, like, our government is already way too in our shit, right? They already are capable of monitoring everything, thanks to the Patriot Act, which, like, kind of was undone, but then we just codified most of it. But this president said, that's not enough for me. We also need to monetize this. We also need to make somebody rich off of this. And here's Palantir and Alex Karp, who is a fucking psychopath. Like, if you don't know who Alex Karp is it Alex? I think it's Alex Karp. If you don't know who he is with a K, go look him up. Guy's a fucking psychopath. Does not believe in democracy. He believes that tech companies should rule the country, that they should all have their own states. Trump has basically said, you guys can have all the data. In fact, here's our systems. You have access to all of it. Now you trust our government? Now you Republicans, you MAGA, you trust our government to have oversight over Palantir? Palantir can access right now anything. Palantir can access this camera right now. There is nothing that they can't access. They can access security footage. They can access traffic lights. They're collecting all of your data, and they're selling it. You have to remember, Palantir is a for-profit company, and there's no restrictions, really, on what they do. You don't think Palantir sells this stuff to Russia? You don't think they sell it to China? You don't think they sell it to Iran? We are in the midst of a hostile government takeover where these tech oligarchs have found the dumbest fucking politicians possible and the most corrupt politicians possible, and they are selling you out every single day. It wasn't that long ago that I would have calls that when I did the TikTok debates every day, at least once a day, somebody would come up and they would talk to me about BRICS and how BRICS was this great threat. BRICS has never, ever had a better advocate, maybe not advocate, a better, a more powerful person to move along their agenda than Donald Trump. You couldn't script this any better for BRICS. Donald Trump is literally selling our information, our defense, to BRICS. Any country that's standing in the way of BRICS being like the most powerful conglomerate and usurping the United States' role as the superpower of the world, any country standing in their way, Trump is like getting rid of them. Trump's also attacking them. Now Trump, it looks to me an awful lot like what Trump is doing is abandoning NATO, abandoning our historical allies, and trying to align us with the BRICS nations. That's what it looks like to me. Ever since Trump got in office, China, Brazil, Russia, India, they've all gotten stronger. And they've all gotten stronger by pulling away their attachment to the United States. Their reliance on the United States has gone down, and yet they are getting stronger. Trump just yesterday, maybe the day before, slapped new tariffs on India. You know what happened when he did that? Immediately on the phone, Brazil, Russia, China, immediately. All these other countries, hey, don't worry about that. That stuff you were importing to the United States, import it to us now. Or export it to us, excuse me. We'll import it. Don't worry. Don't worry about all that shit you were selling to the United States. We'll do it now. And they've got the population to do it. Between all of them, I mean, they have way more people than us. So they can cover all these losses. So Trump is putting on a trade war, and then India's like, fine, fuck it. We'll find new trading partners. And then they leave. It just looks from an outsider's perspective, you could make a compelling argument that Donald Trump is owned by BRICS and that his job is to destabilize the United States. It looks like that's what he's doing. He's destroying American farming. You have Nebraska begging Trump now for $2 billion. They're saying, you fucked us, Trump. We had a $2 billion contract with China, and you ended it. And we have all these soybean farmers who relied on exporting their soybeans to China, and you ended it. And now we can't pay our bills in Nebraska. We voted for you, but now we can't pay our bills because our biggest export you killed overnight. But it's America first, right? It's America first.
A crackhead like crack, but a guy smoking weed in a room with a fucking black light and a fucking, insane clown posse tattoo on his arm. I'm thinking of a very specific guy I was friends with. But this is everything that guy would have talked about. He'd be like, bro, there's going to be military in the street. They're going to put you in jail for...
There's going to be military in the street. They're going to be watching all your cell phones. The deep state is in bed with Joe Biden, Barack Obama, deep state operatives, and now they are spying on every aspect of your life.
Except for now it's happening. Now that it's actually happening.
I don't know. I don't think this is Donald Trump. I think the deep state is telling these stories about Donald Trump. No, Palantir. Palantir's not what I was worried about. I wasn't worried about Palantir. Hold on. I'm just going to be quiet for a while. Let's see. Hopefully we get a Democrat in there again. I could blame the Democrats because I don't want to blame Donald Trump.
Tim Dillon, for whatever you think about Tim Dillon, like he's a straight shooter. Tim Dillon believed all this shit before. He was literally like in lockstep with Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, and the right wing of this country. And then as soon as Trump wins and they start doing all this shit, the right wing's like, nothing to see here. And Tim Dillon's like, yo, what the fuck? I didn't know. I didn't know that this was all a joke. I thought we all really meant this. I thought we all actually were concerned about a deep state.
No. We're not concerned about a deep state when it's a right-wing deep state. We're only concerned with the deep state as a left-wing deep state.
Fucking your fucking thoughts, man. If you just say them, bro, you're going to be in fucking jail. There's going to be a fucking company that monitors everything you do, bro. Like, this is literally the wet dream of every conspiracy theorist that has ever lived, and it's happening now.
There's cum in my pants, and I can't explain why. It seems like this is exactly what I was talking about. And now my pants are soggy, and they smell a little bit.
By the way, if you guys live in Arizona, I'm sorry, this is ADHD brain. I can't remember the name of these trees. If we have any Arizona people here, you'll know what I'm talking about. There is a tree that when it blossoms smells like cum. And I'm just thinking that that's what Alex Jones's whole setup smells like now that they're covering this, but they can't explain why.
Oh, we have the whole organization over here at
what are they called? Fuck, what's his company called that they just had to dissolve? Anyways,
we're all coming in our pants and we can't explain why.
What is it called? Misquote. Sorry, that was a misquote. It might have been a misquote. I think Tim Dillon is I think he's condemning Trump pretty regularly. You know what? All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to look at this. This is gonna fuck up my search history. But what are the trees in Arizona that smell like cum? It's called a Calari pear tree, a Bradford pear tree. Well, they have this is what the AI overview. You can read it. We'll show it. I don't know if I get in trouble for this or not. The trees in Arizona that are often noted for smelling like semen when they bloom are called Calari pear trees or Pyrus calariana, also known as Bradford pear trees. While they have attractive white blossoms, their flowers emit a strong, unpleasant odor that some people describe as smelling like semen, rotting fish, or chlorine. Chlorine's closer. I don't know about rotting fish. These trees are not native to Arizona, not considered invasive in many areas. So you guys might have them too. But it's a thing. I just want you to know that this is a thing. We have these cum trees, the Bradford pear. Now I know. Next time I see a Bradford pear, I know where one of them is. It's on the second tee of this golf course that I play at, and I'll take a picture of it the next time I'm there. Trees need to eat more pineapple. You have in Nashville too? Had 2 in my yard. Ash is just filling her yard with Bradford pears. I love it. Makes me so happy. I don't know who Brandon Straka is. I've heard this name before. Does anybody know who Brandon Straka is? This made me laugh. He's apparently a carnival barker. He says Black lives don't matter to democratic socialists, which is that's actually a pretty good prompt. I bet people talk to him. Who is Brandon Straka? I guess we can look him up. Is he like a music artist or something? All right, what is he? He is a right-wing activist known for founding the Walk Away campaign, which encouraged Democrats to leave the party. He spoke at the Stop the Steal rally. Okay, all right. He was at January 6th. He got charged with disorderly conduct. Oh shoot, the semen trees got us an age restriction on TikTok. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's who he is. That's why I've heard his name. Here he is talking about socialism. And one passerby who is kind of a mean guy tries to get Brandon Straka to explain his argument. It's not going to happen.
We must not allow socialism to overtake our great city. You have a choice this November. This November, when you go to the polls, do not vote for socialism. Look how angry these people are. Look how rageful they are. Look at how angry and rageful they are.
I don't think he looks that rageful or angry. He just said, fuck you, right? Like, and you folks have become too soft. Like, if somebody calls you a bitch, toughen up. If somebody says, fuck you, toughen up. It's kind of funny. It's okay. They're just words. He doesn't look I don't know if this is rage to me. I like his ponytail. I like his sideburns.
Can you explain socialism to me? Can you explain socialism? Explain to me what nation socialism has worked in. How about Venezuela?
Did we just do this with a clip earlier with that cop in DC? Why don't you guys know anything? Can you explain socialism to me? Can you explain socialism to me? Oh, are we doing the like I'm rubber, you're glue thing? Why don't you guys know what words mean?
Has socialism been a great success in Venezuela? How about China? Do you want New York City to be like China or Venezuela? Why is it that you hate freedom? Why do you hate what is so great about our city?
What is socialism?
You tell us what socialism is.
You can't answer the question and you're out here.
I just gave about a 15-minute. I just gave a 15-minute speech about what the socialists want.
Yeah, you guys don't know. So let's be real clear what socialism is. Socialism essentially means that like you're going to own your own labor. That's basically what socialism is, right? So that no other person is going to get to own your labor. There's different ways socialism has been applied. I don't always like it. I think that socialism, like communism and capitalism, all can be bastardized by authoritarianism. I think sometimes a lot of people say communism bad because of Mao or communism bad because of Russia. One, they're not communists, but two, like all of these ideologies, any ideology, if you are an ideological person, you are prone to having your views bastardized by an authoritarian regime, which is what we're seeing right now with American conservatism. You guys now have just said, our beliefs are so important to us that we will literally abandon democracy. We don't care. Like we're going to go full-fledged authoritarianism so that we force our views on you. And it's ironic, like you're literally doing this thing. Like we want an election, so now we get to be authoritarians. If that's how this was intended, then why the fuck do we have things like a veto-proof 60 votes in the Senate? Why do we have that? Why did we even have parties in the first place? Why do we even have representatives in the first place? If it was literally about like whoever wins the presidential election gets to make all the rules, then what the fuck do we have this whole constitution for? Why do we have judges? Why do we have Congress? It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't we just run two people and whoever wins gets to be king until the next time around? Why do we even have all this other shit? So don't listen. Like if anybody, first of all, don't engage with that. If somebody's like, communism, Mao, don't engage with that. They fundamentally don't understand it. But I want to show you how little you guys understand socialism. I want a raise of hands here in the chat. When we talk about the means of production, we say that this is social ownership or control of the means of production rather than private ownership. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about socialism. Would you agree that like China, for example, China does something that I kind of like. China takes taxpayer money and they invest in sectors of their economy. And so when China invests, like, for example, in electric vehicles, they invest in BYD. They take some of that money that taxpayers have paid and they invest it to build up electric vehicle manufacturing. Now, BYD is its own company, but essentially a large shareholder of that is the Chinese government. And the Chinese government uses the profits for that to pay for things. They can pay for police, they can pay for roads, they can pay for education, they can pay for other investments, right? That is a form of socialism. And that is a thing that you guys claim that you hate about China. Is that correct? Are there any Republicans here, just by a raise of hand, are there any Republicans here that would advocate for that type of system here in the United States? Where the government now gets owners, like invests in private businesses and they get a return on investment. If you're just Republicans, I don't want to hear any Democrats here, just Republicans, raise your hand if you would advocate for that. Because I would. I think that's a great idea. Any hands from Republicans here? Sorry, MAGA, white nationalists, I don't know what you guys are going by now. No hands? Or give me a thumbs down if you're not into it. Thumbs down if you're not into it. Republicans. Republicans only. Just give me that thumbs down. I just want to see where you guys are at on this. This also helps me so I don't have to correct anything. It makes me understand that you understand like what socialism is and what socialism isn't. No thumbs up. Did you guys just all went quiet now? We're actually only here to yell at him. Yep. Not one of them can follow directions. I don't like you. They're just... What's the question again? The question is, would you support our government in the United States doing what China does, which is a form of socialism where they invest in sectors of the economy and they get a return on investment from that. So they have ownership in the company. So socially, because the government is ours, we would get returns from that. Is that okay? I see some thumbs down. Thank you, David. You're doing a great job. Somebody said race baiting. What the fuck are you doing? We got one thumbs down. Soros paid a-hole is back. The only person I know of legitimately like that I cover that's paid by George Soros is Scott Bessent, your Treasury Secretary, who was George Soros' like right-hand man for 20 years, learned everything he knows from George Soros. Okay, great. Just so we understand. So Republicans, they don't like me. They can't even figure out what I'm asking right now. So they're literally just insulting me, which checks out. You guys are dumber than a box of rocks. It's crazy. That's a very simple question. I thought we were going to get somewhere with that, but we didn't get there. However, I want to talk to you about some stuff. I want to talk to you about how fucking stupid you guys are. Because you don't understand the difference between socialism and communism and capitalism. This is what's going on right now. Our government, Donald Trump, is doing something that I like. He's saying to companies like Intel, that if we are going to give you money, you're going to pay a return to the government. Once the government acquires a stake in Intel, which he's demanding, the politicians will have an incentive to keep pouring on subsidies. They wouldn't. By the way, this is a tweet from, I should have set that up, from Wall Street Journal. And this is an opinion. Now, this is a capitalist arguing against Donald Trump's socialism. So I disagree with what the Wall Street Journal said here. This is a criticism of Donald Trump that I disagree with. So just so you guys are all clear here, MAGA in the chat, I'm defending Donald Trump right now. This is going to get weird for you because why I'm defending Donald Trump is he's doing some socialism. And it's socialism that to me makes sense. But in the Wall Street Journal, they said once the government acquires a stake in Intel, the politicians will have an incentive to keep pouring on subsidies so they wouldn't have to admit a mistake. At the same time, the administration's conditions for the equity investment may also make it harder for Intel to undertake needed changes to become more competitive. Uh-oh. That 15% return that they're going to have to give us, it's going to cut into their R&D. Is this a tax on a corporation? I love it. It's almost like all that shit that they say about these corporations, where if we tax them more, they won't be able to function. Intel's like, yeah, fuck it. We'll give you 15%. That's fine. The biggest corporations are like, yeah, we can handle this. It's fine. We're not going to go under. Why isn't Intel fleeing to another country right now? Donald Trump's taking 15% of their profits and they're not fleeing? Shouldn't they be fleeing? This should be gone by now, right? All of them they should leave. Politicians don't like to preside over plant closures or employee layoffs. See Renault, the French car maker, for that political lesson. The Intel stake, if it happens, would be one more Trump administration dive into directing private business. In return for approving Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel, the administration demanded a golden share that gives the government a veto over plant closures and layoffs, among other things. Oh, my God. Hold the fuck up. Is that our government telling private business what they can and can't do and taking their profits? I thought you guys were against that shit. You're not supposed to be doing socialism, you sneaky little bastards. I love it. I'm a fan of this. If we're going to invest money into these companies, we should get a return. Right? I'm good with this. But ironically, this is the stuff that you guys, every time a Democrat does this, or just like gives money to them, or like tries to apply any pressure. That's government overreach. That's government overreach. Like they tried to tell Facebook, like, hey, we don't really like these posts. You might want to think about these posts. I can't believe this authoritarian Nazi regime government. And now the government's like, hey, bitch, you're going to give us some of your money. Oh, and we get to decide, we're going to talk about whether or not you can fire people. And you're like, yay! Freedom? Capitalism? How are you? You're getting more freedom from socialism here? From this president? This is corporate statism, says the Wall Street Journal. And rarely does it end well. Political control hamstrings innovation and investment as managers look to their government overlords for approval. They're fear-mongering against you. The Wall Street Journal now is attacking Donald Trump from the fucking right, from the free market capitalist side. He's a businessman and he loves free market capitalism and he knows what's best for business. He's doing what I would do. And if this hadn't happened, if I hadn't read this story, I should have done this. I should have fucked with all of you and I'd screwed up. What I should have done is I should have just told you that this was my idea to fix our country, and you would have all been like, "Shut the fuck up, commie! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And then I would have read this, and you would have been confused. But you all know that's true. You all know goddamn well that if I would have pitched this idea, you'd have been like, socialism. Trump's pitching socialism here. In return for letting NVIDIA and AMD export computer chips to China, the White House insisted on getting a 15% cut of the revenue. Well, I guess NVIDIA and AMD are going to leave the country now. We're going to see this capital flight by big corporations. You guys still think Donald Trump's for you, right? He's doing my policy. His foreign policy is for BRICS. And you guys are just bent over. Thanks, Donald. Thanks, Donald. Thanks, Donald. It's crazy. See, the antiquated air traffic control system, which Canada has shown could be better managed by a private operator. Or consider Amtrak, which has struggled to end money-losing routes owing to opposition from members of Congress in rural areas. Good luck to Intel under government influence. The company will need it. You got the Wall Street Journal attacking Donald Trump for being too socialist. This is what I say to you guys. Like, you are in a cult. There's no ideology. There's no principles. If Joe Biden did this, you'd oppose it. But when Trump does it, it's brilliant. Putting people in timeout. Yeah, it's who got a timeout. Eat shit if you got a timeout. I love my mods on YouTube. Shout out to my mods on YouTube. You know how often I think the mods on YouTube get a timeout wrong? About 1% of the time. And then they explain it, and I'm like, I was probably wrong there too. Maria, thanks for the super chat. Ty said Target CEO steps down from poor sales. Oh. Look, I didn't actually know about that because I stepped away from TikTok for a while, and that's where a lot of like the political movements happen. But Target, you fucked up. For all this shit you guys love to talk about on the right, like you thought you fucked up Target. You still think you fucked up Target. You still think that what happened to Target is that they put out like LGBTQ stuff and then everybody boycotted them. That's not true. That boycott lasted about 2 weeks and then you all came back. Do you know who's boycotting Target right now? Black and brown communities have been boycotting Target. And unlike you, they're not little bitches. They just stopped going and they're still not going. And Target got fucked. Ironically, Target choosing to go anti-woke is making them go broke. Not because you guys don't have real principles. You get mad in the minute. Like, how's Bud Light doing now? Fucking great. They're doing fucking great. None of you guys don't hold on to it. The guy with the gut, but you had Kid Rock. He's like, fuck Bud Light. And then 2 weeks later, he's at the UFC. He's like, actually, I think Bud Light's a really nice company. And, they just made a mistake here, but we should all forgive them. And you guys are like, yeah, let's just drink this shitty beer some more. And so Bud Light's fine. You guys never have any follow through on any of this. But ironically, it's black and brown people in this country who are standing up for their not their own rights, but their own views. They're like, hey, if you're not going to accept wokeism, if you're not going to accept diversity, then we don't accept you. We're out. And these people, the people that have been boycotting Target, have principles, and they fucked up Target. Take that. Electric Dad said it's called a kumquat tree. That could be. I honestly did think that's what it was called. I did think that might have been what it was. Thanks for being here for 7 months, Illusion. Appreciate it. Here's the video that Dolphin was talking about. Let's talk about in the Texas State Legislature.
This is breaking news.
And our friend Oslo. What's up, Oslo, if you're here? Good to see you. Full screen that.
The Texas State Capitol Police appear to have lied to protesters about an active shooter at the Capitol in order to force the protesters out of the building. I was just in Hector Talks Live, where he was with a group inside protesting, and the Capitol police officer came up to Hector and others and said, there's an active shooter. You all have 5 minutes to leave. Normal protocol for an active shooter is to shelter in place until an evacuation is safe. So it is possible that an evacuation was deemed safe, but the Capitol police officer said that the staff was going to stay. So either evacuate for safety all staff and protesters, or shelter in place. It doesn't make sense for both to occur. The other thing that makes it extremely suspicious is that he gave a 5-minute warning for them to leave. I've never heard of a 5-minute warning for an active shooter. Active shooters are not things you just make up to get protesters
That
out.
is interesting. We have an active shooter. You have 5 minutes to get out. That's weird. I did see some clips from the police officers there. They were very threatening. Anybody who thinks that law enforcement hasn't been completely like co-opted by white nationalists is crazy. You see the comments from like every once in a while, officer in DC will let it slip. And they'll say things like immigrants are ruining this country. It's like, oh, we get it. We get it now.
Of a building. This is awful. Greg Abbott and Texas lawmakers are playing a dirty, dirty game for political power right now, right before our eyes. Maslow, the curious red monster.
All right. Yeah, that's not even remotely surprising. I have a hard time understanding how this isn't kidnapping, by the way. I've looked at the definition of kidnapping. This appears to be a pretty straightforward kidnapping that they did in the Texas chambers. Where was the definition? Like, I can pull it up, but Texas statute for kidnapping. Again, not a lawyer. I'm not trying to say that I'm necessarily right about this. If somebody wants to explain it differently to me, you're more than welcome to. But if you look up, this is the actual Texas statutes. Restrain means to restrict a person's movement without consent so as to interfere substantially with the person's liberty by moving the person from one place to another or by confining the person. Restraint is without consent if it is accomplished by A, force, intimidation, or deception. B, any means including acquiescence of the victim if the victim is a child who's less than 14 years of age. If the victim is a child who's 14 years of age or older and younger than 17 years of age, the victim is taken outside of the state, outside of a 120-mile radius. That doesn't apply here. Abduct means to restrain a person with the intent to prevent his liberation by secretly or holding him in a place where he is not likely to be found, or using or threatening to use deadly force. Relative, I don't know if we need that. Person means an individual. Now, if we go here, unlawful restraint. A person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly restrains another person. It is an affirmative defense to prosecution under this section that the person restrained was, I don't have to worry about the child stuff. An offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor, except that the offense is, doesn't matter, I think that's under 17 as well. It is an offense to detain or move another person under the section when it is for the purpose of effecting a lawful arrest or detaining an individual lawfully arrested. So I guess that's going to be their argument, whether or not this was a lawful arrest. I don't think there was an arrest made, though. So if there's not an arrest made here, I don't know. Again, not an attorney. I don't practice law, and every state's a little bit different. But if you look at the kidnapping here, a person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly abducts another person. It's affirmative defense to prosecution under the section that the abduction was not coupled with intent to use or threaten to use deadly force. The actor was a relative of the person abducted. The actor's sole intent was to assume lawful control of the victim. Anyways, let me know. There's probably a defense for it. I haven't heard a good defense for it, but let me know if you guys think that. All right, so back to Trump doing socialism. Trump is clearly doing socialism, and Howard Lutnick went on CNBC to discuss it. And the folks at CNBC who are like, they're not. I don't believe that the people at CNBC are like politically motivated. I believe that they are owned, funded, and are a mouthpiece for corporations, specifically publicly traded ones. Anybody on that has publicly traded stock, like that's who funds CNBC. That's who watches CNBC. That's who this programming is intended for. So Howard Lutnick went on to talk about this deal with Intel, and CNBC is like, "Hey, bro, our corporate overlords are wondering why you're doing socialism."
Intel to be successful in America, okay? We'd like an American transistor built in America, right? We'd like an American to be doing that. So Donald Trump says, hey, look, let's turn the money that Biden was going to just give away and turn that to equity for the American people. Yes, it is a worse deal than giving it away.
Which, again, I'm in favor of. I like that. If Biden would have done this, I would have been happier with Biden. I believe we would have to go back and watch. I'm pretty sure I said that. I'm pretty sure at the time when we did the Inflation Reduction Act, and when we've done bailouts in the past, I've always said that. I think one of the things that you can credit Obama for is when he bailed out the banks, he required most of it to be paid back with interest. Those were low. So the United States government, like, we did bail out the banks, but we got interest on that. I'm a proponent of this, just so we're clear. You guys love saying, like, I don't like I rip on Trump all the time, and I do try and call balls and strikes. This is an instance where if our taxpayer money is going to these folks, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with us getting a return on that. Maybe it's profit sharing for a certain amount of time. Maybe it's profit sharing until it comes back. Ironically, you have Mr. Wonderful. If you guys watch Shark Tank, every deal he ever structures is like loan debt, where he says, I'm going to give you $250,000 and I get 50-cent royalties in perpetuity until the loan's paid back, and then it's going to be 25% or 50% until the loan's paid back, and then 25 cents in perpetuity. He does those types of deals all the time. That's a good idea for using money from the government. This is the criticism of our government historically has been the return on investment isn't there. And there's really two ways that you can get a return on investment as a government. So if you're somebody that doesn't want the government involved and getting a return by having ownership of the company, there's different ways you could structure this. You could make that ownership have no voting rights. I think that'd be a good way to keep the government and these businesses separate. Or you could structure them as loans, which I would be in favor of. All of these are better options than just giving them money and then cutting taxes, right? The third way that you could do this is when you give subsidies out to places like Rivian, GM, Ford, Tesla for electric vehicle production. You would say you then don't also cut their taxes, right? Because then you're giving them a handout and you're saying, like, we're also going to collect less in taxes. So you guys are going to make all this revenue, and then we're going to charge you less in taxes. So another way that you can recoup those investments is by appropriate taxation. Either way, this is actually fiscally responsible. This is one of the few times I'm looking at this administration, I'm like, you know what? I don't hate this. And ironically, it's the corporations that are coming in and attacking this administration for doing something that's good for the American people. This is good for us. It also, by taking a company like Intel that is massive, and I would recommend you do this with all these major corporations. If you're going to bail them out, we should get ownership. We should get revenue sharing. And yeah, that's going to cut into their margins, which is going to make other companies able to compete with them more. Because these massive companies can operate on razor-thin margins, and they can operate at losses sometimes. So I'm a fan of this. And this is why we say it's a cult, is because, like, when Trump does something that's a good idea, you guys still support it, but you don't recognize that this is what we've been advocating for. Does this end capitalism? Does this end free markets? No. This administration is using a socialist idea, and if they follow through, the end result is better for all of us. So good job, Trump administration. Good job. How fucked up is this for you guys right now, Trumpers? This has got to be really fucking confusing, right? I'm on here praising Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump for doing socialism, and you're like, uh-oh. Now what do we do? Because we worship Donald Trump, but we also hate socialism. What do we do? Here's CNBC.
But when you put this money in the hands of Donald Trump, you're going to get a better deal for the American taxpayer. That's who Donald Trump is, and it's obviously the right move to make.
Well, all right, it may be obvious to you. Do you get governance here? By the way, once you're in for 10%, do you have to go in for even more?
No. Come on.
No, what?
Come on, stop that stuff. It's not governance, right? We're just...
This is what it's like being us. Howard Lutnick knows what it's like to be us now. It's this hyperbole from these corporatists. So what, now the government gets to control every aspect of your business? No, bitch. No. And Howard Lutnick's like, dude, stop it. You're overreacting. Knock it the fuck off, man. We're just sharing revenue. But the corporatists are like, no. This is a slippery slope. When has communism ever worked? This is a slippery slope. When has socialism ever worked? This is more government control. You guys are seeing in real time what it's like to be us. When we give, like, just a really good solution, like, hey, we're in debt. We're giving these people money. Why are we giving Intel money if we're not going to get a return on that? And you're seeing in real time what we've all been seeing, that every time we try and do something for the American people that's a benefit to the American people and side with the American people as a whole instead of one corporation, it's you and the corporatists who come down and are like, socialism bad. Howard Lutnick's getting a piece of this right now. Donald Trump's getting a piece of this right now. It's got to be really fucking confusing for you right now. That he sounds awful. Sounds like me. Maybe Trump ought to hire me.
Converting what was a grant under Biden into equity for the Trump administration.
I get
for
that.
The American
I get that.
people.
I just asked if you're going to get governance. You're going to own 10% of the company. You don't. Why wouldn't you want some
non-voting?
Okay.
No, stop. Don't overdo it.
Well, I'm not overdoing it, but you got a golden share on U.S. Steel, so it's not like impossible to imagine.
When Mamdani offers government-funded grocery stores, it's the end of the fucking world. It's like Mao and Putin had a baby, and they named him Zoran Mamdani. But when Howard Lutnick says, let's do socialism for these massive corporations, CNBC's like, come on, man. Isn't this like a little bit? You see how it's kid gloves with Howard Lutnick. It's kid gloves. He's doing like socialism on it. By the way, this is a much larger scale than like a handful of government-run grocery stores in New York City. I don't know how much that's going to cost. Like millions. A couple million, 10 million. I don't know. I don't know what that even costs to get off the ground, but I know it doesn't start with a B. I don't imagine it's hundreds of millions. I would imagine like 10, 15. Does anybody know Mamdani's like what the cost of he's saying for these government-run grocery stores? It's got to be like low millions. Now we're talking about the government owning it, and it's like, come on, man. Isn't this a little bit? You notice how CNBC treats people so differently? When you show up in a suit and they know that normally you're going to bootlick for corporations, it's fine. They don't mind a little bit of government interference. But when it's Zoran, the world is ending.
Imagine that you do want some level of governance here if you're going to put 10% of taxpayers' money into, or 10% of the company's taxpayers' money.
All right. Anyways, Donald Trump is a socialist, so that's pretty cool. And now he's on this rant. I think we talked about this the other day, but Trump put out this incoherent, what do they call him on True Social? Truth? I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, and also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. We covered all this. Of course, why would we talk about voting machines if further on down here we're also not going to talk about open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender, and woke for everyone, because it's all you guys do. Like every day there's 100 comments that are like, you want men playing in women's sports, you're for open borders. Nobody's actually for any of those things. I'll issue this challenge. I would like you to show me an elected representative from the Democratic Party who has proposed open borders or men playing in women's sports. Just that's $100. Yeah, I just need somebody, an elected Democrat who's advocating for those things. Not your interpretation, but actually advocating for open borders. Love to hear that. Let's see. Q Danny, thank you for the super chat there. Guys, just a reminder, we are totally crowdfunded here. And so we do rely on your generosity to keep things going. We have the super chats here. And then we have the payment apps, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App above there. If you could help us knock out that goal, it's really nice if it happens before the end of the live so that Jen doesn't stress and start guilting you. But I think some of you like that, and that's why we wait till the end every day, and that's fine too. Just know that I think maybe Jen likes it too. Maybe that's actually how we should do it. But thank you in advance for your generosity, and for those who've already given, we appreciate it. Also, just a reminder, we do have paid subscriptions. I hope that sometime in the near future, and we're on pace for it, that we won't have to ask for donations. We will be completely crowdfunded by those of you who pay the monthly subscription. So thank you guys so much for all that. Kristen said if MAGAs could list the things they're not terrified of, might save us some time and energy. They're just afraid of like everything. I don't know. What aren't you guys afraid of? That's a good question. Then Trump went on this post after going after voting machines. Trump decided to tell us what we really should be worried about. Museums. Fucking museums, guys. This is important. The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. I don't even know what that means. Nothing but success. Nothing about success. Nothing about brightness. Nothing about the future. Well, museums aren't about the future, first of all. Second of all, I've been at the Smithsonian. There are a lot of bright spots in the Smithsonian. It's the history of our country, though, right? It's not like something to, it's not porn. You're not just like something to beat off to. It's the history of our country. And we have a complicated history. And that's okay. We live and we let. All of us have complicated histories. If everybody did a highlight of our lives and a history of our lives, there would be some major ups and downs in all of our lives. That's okay. That, I think, should be celebrated. The whitewashing stuff is crazy to me. I don't know why Americans want, specifically MAGA Americans, I don't know why you guys want this dishonest version of history. I don't know why you don't want to talk about our mistakes. What good does that do for you? This is like the same people who are like, oh, we didn't get participation trophies. Now, like, don't say anything bad about us. Don't talk about the bad things that we did. Like, don't be bitches. We have become a bitch-ass country for sure. We are soft as baby shit. A majority of the country voted to be bitches in this last election. They're like, we're kind of afraid of words, and we don't like our mistakes being pointed out, so we're going to vote for this senile old felon. You guys are like, yeah, that sounds good. We're not going to allow this to happen. And I have instructed my attorneys to go through the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities, where tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including our museums. Bro, shut the fuck up. Who's this for? Who the fuck is this for? Just bitches? Honestly, this doesn't impact your life one fucking bit. And the fact that we have to talk about it, it just goes to show, like, we cater to bitches in this country. I don't really like it that they point out that the plantations had slaves. Toughen up, bitch. Toughen the fuck up. I was just in Florida recently, and I was baffled. I was actually shocked. Not shocked, because I lived in South Carolina. But I hadn't been to the South in a while, and I was in Florida, and we drove past this place, and it was like historic plantation. And I was just like, man, that's a weird thing to be proud of. That's some bitch shit. Plantation owners? Oh my God. Were there bigger bitches than plantation owners? Well, I have all these fields, but I don't really want to get my hands dirty. So, and I don't really want to pay people and share my wealth. So what I did is I bought human beings and I didn't pay them. And even though they would all beat my fucking ass if they were given a chance, I had guns and weapons, and I had the law on my side that allowed me to sit on my porch and sip lemonade while everybody else did the work. And in the South, they're like, we gotta uphold that. We can't forget our history of these bitch-ass slave owners who were so goddamn lazy that they found a loophole where they could use other people as labor. We need to celebrate these bitch-ass slaveholders. Bro, a slave owner? Is there a bigger, lazier bitch figure in our history than slave owners? Good Lord. All you hardworking blue-collar MAGA Republicans, you want to uphold that? It's very important that this country does not demonize those soft-ass lazy bitches. They were the good guys. Okay. Why are we celebrating them? That's a learning lesson, right? Don't you all say that? Don't you all say that about America? America forgot how to work. America needs a daddy. Everybody in America is soft. So what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to go through the museums and we're going to make sure that they don't say mean things about those bitch-ass slave owners, that those lazy-ass people who were born into wealth, who were born into generational wealth often, who had generational wealth for decades after that, for doing nothing. Doing nothing. They sat there and watched. And even then when it was time to fight, like for themselves, they're like, nah, but I will send some of my slaves to go fight. Like these are the biggest bitches in American history. Nobody should be celebrated less than these folks. They were lazy. They were racist. They were soft. They were unpatriotic. think of anything. These are the worst of the worst by every measure. I'm not just saying, like, look, it's pure evil to own slaves. It's pure evil. But also lazy bitches. Also fragile bitches. And now you guys are like, we need to uphold the fragility of these slave owners. It's very important. We got to get this shit out of our museums. Because my grandpappy's grandpappy was a slave owner. And we still have land. We didn't do anything to deserve. It just was passed down from generations. And then ironically, it's like their neighbors. They're neighbors that are broke, that never had generational wealth, right? The people that were like descendants of non-slave owners, right? You got nothing out of slavery except for like a little bit of white privilege. And it's you guys that are fighting for it. You're like, yeah, that's right. We need to keep this in our history. We need to talk about the brave generals who fought for these bitch-ass slave owners that didn't do anything. That's important to me because they got rich off of it. I didn't get shit. Their family still has money. I don't have shit. But this is what I stand for here in the South. This is MAGA country. I don't know. Like, I guess woke is just like anti-bitch shit. Like, we need to protect bitch-assery in this country. Lee said, my ticket off Jen's guilt post today. Amy Lynn said, maybe letting the slaves do the hard work is why the South lost over and over. Yeah, it's why the South sucks. Kristen said, if MAGA's... Oh, I read that one already. I might have set a record today for most times saying bitch in a 5-minute rant. That might be my new record. All right, we're good there. Let me check Jen's messages. Tim, thanks for joining the Dollar Train as well. Did I miss any up here? I don't think so. I'll update the gift code in a minute. All right, moving on. So then I do want to show this. This is Batya Ungar Sargon. I didn't know who this was. She has been showing up on CNN over and over, and she's doing like this, I don't know, like this, it's like revisionist history on like American slavery, which has been weird. And she's gonna make an argument, and this is an example of the what I call like or consistently point out that Republicans, MAGA, they're just lazy. And when I say lazy, I mean like you only do as much research as confirms what you believe, and then you leave that incomplete research. I don't know if he's here. Who was? I don't know if it was Hoodie. It was one of the people that's here all the time had reached out to fact check something the other day about like communism, and it like just one more Google search would have got him to the right answer. This is an example of lazy conservatism, which conservatism is lazy. That by nature it is, right? The reason that you guys like conservatism is because you don't want things to change, because change requires you to think. Change requires you to take action, and change is hard, and you guys are lazy. You are the lazy party of our country. It's why all of your states suck. It's why all your states are uneducated. That's why blue states have to pay all of your bills. That's why poverty's highest in your states, because you guys actually are lazy. And you have all these rich folks like Donald Trump show up and be like, you're actually the hardworking Americans. You guys are actually the backbone. No, you're not. You are the people who pull us down. We have to pay for you guys to be alive. Just you existing in Alabama, we're like, fine, fuck it. We care about people. So yeah, we'll pay your bills, Alabama. Yeah, we'll pay your bills, Mississippi. Yeah, we'll pay your bills, Texas. Yeah, we'll pay your bills, Florida. Yeah, we'll pay your bills, South Carolina. That's fine. Even though we don't agree with you, we'll still pay all of your bills. And then you're like, you lazy motherfuckers. We got to get rid of all these motherfuckers paying our bills. Okay? Red states suck. And it's because you guys are lazy. You're all intellectually lazy. You all have very strong opinions and almost nothing to back it up. But here's an example of one of the least lazy Republicans still being fucking lazy.
Starting around 2011, 2012, sociologists started to notice a shift in white liberal opinion polling to where white progressives became more extreme in their views on race than Black and Hispanic Americans. And they called this, the sociologists called it the Great Awakening. And when they postulated, where did this come from? Why did white progressives suddenly start obsessing over race in a way that was actually far to the left of where Hispanic and Black Americans were on this issue? They found that the media had shifted radically how it talked about these issues. So for example, in 2010.
Okay, so the claim here is that, and I agree with this, that white liberals me, started talking about race in she says 2012, but I looked at her studies, like the uptick is more around like 2014, 2015, but I guess you could start to see a slight uptick. And the conclusion is, by the way, this conclusion that she's drawing is not the conclusion of all the scholars. What she's saying here is not the conclusion. She's stating another fact. She doesn't know what she's reading. So what she's saying here is that like there was an uptick and news organizations started covering this type of stuff more. Now she's drawing a causation effect here, that the news organizations covering it more is the reason that white liberals talked about it more. That it's only partially true, and I'll explain all the stuff that she leaves out.
The words white supremacy were mentioned 75 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times.
But the media is different from museums.
In 2020, the words white supremacy were mentioned 700 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times and 2,400 times in NPR. The word racism 4,000 times in 2020. The words white and racial privilege from 2013 to 2019 grew by 1,500% in the New York Times and the Washington Post, and the word slavery itself exponentially skyrocketed as a percentage of words. I'm offering this only to suggest.
I understand. I'm just wondering what do you think is the problem with talking about slavery, white supremacy, racism, etc.?
So the point I'm trying to make here is that liberals will say, well, this is a reflection of reality, but of course it isn't. This is a reflection of a newfound obsession that was driven by the media, and that doesn't reflect either the moral evil of these things.
Okay. Let's talk about the shit she left out. She says that you really, like, she said 2012, but when you listen to her data starts in about 2015. And you start to see that the media is bringing up race more often in 2015. I wonder what that could possibly be. Could it have started in 2014 and 2015 in one of like the biggest, like the first real like right-wing movement that I remember, Gamergate? I don't know if you guys are aware of Gamergate. Many of you are. But Gamergate basically was a bunch of like conservatives who started getting mad that there were more black people in video games, that there were more women lead characters in video games, that there were people who were gay in video games, that there were people that were trans in video games. And so you had a bunch of people who were used to only them being represented start getting upset that the video game they played didn't have a white dude as the lead character. Now, I can honestly, like, if we're just going to be honest about this, and I want to have like some common ground with the people that were upset about Gamergate, just to say, like, I do understand that that's different, and I do understand that like the way that we were raised, that may feel like an attack. I didn't play a lot of video games. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I didn't, but when I did, like when I played Madden, I played NCAA. You know what my character always looked like when you did create a character? Me. Looked like me. Why? Because in my imagination, right, I see it from my perspective. So if I played a video game, I played Street Fighter. Who was my favorite characters? Like Ken and Ryu. Why? They looked like me. Did I look like Zangief? No. Did I look like Blanca? No. Did I look like Chun-Li? No. Did I look like Dalsum? No. But I did look closer to like Ryu and Ken. And like in my brain, that's what I resonated with. It was the closest thing to me. So that's how I played video games. We all do that. And those things, like by itself, I don't think that that's problematic, right? If I looked differently, I might identify more with a character that looked different than I did. But what you saw with Gamergate and with these companies is that historically, because of the people that worked there, like weren't really advocating for a more diverse representation, these video game companies said, like, let's have more diverse representation. Let's make this more inclusive for everybody. Let's have ways that everybody can feel like they're represented. And the Gamergate people were like, this is an attack on me. And it wasn't. It was just a change. And conservatism as an ideology is anti-change. And so any change for a conservative feels like an attack. It's not an attack. It's a change. Change is fine, right? The biggest change in my life, the biggest attack on my way of life was when I had a kid. Everything changed. Nobody has ever attacked my freedom like my child. Nobody has ever fucked up what I wanted to do and my selfishness like my child. Yeah, I used to travel a lot. I used to go play golf tournaments all over the country. I was kind of free to do whatever. I spent a lot of time going back and forth because I was a professional gambler. I go to Vegas. All that ended when I had a child. Now, am I mad about that? Nope, because it's my kid. Because I love that kid more than I loved that old life. And so I'm focused on my child. And there's a lot of things that I've had to set aside in my life for that child. Part of the reason that I do this, and I didn't stay with my corporate job, which required me to travel over and over and over again, is because I want to see her every day. I want to wake up and see her. I want to see her before I go to bed. I don't want to be on the road. I didn't want to do those things. So this is a good way for me to be able to do that. But it wasn't, even though it changed my life, it wasn't an attack. So Gamergate was the first start of that. And you saw it on Reddit, on Twitter, all over, on the Discord started rising. You started to see this explosion in 2015 of angsty white people who were just like, this is an attack on our way of life. They're trying to replace us. They're trying to erase us from history. So when she says it's the media, what's the job of the media? To cover what's happening, right? So if the media is covering a bunch of racist incels, then yeah, you're going to talk about race more. Yeah, you're going to talk about slavery more. Yeah, you're going to talk about equality more. Yeah, you're going to talk about diversity more. You're going to talk about these things. This also led to like a rise, like sports leagues were starting to change. They had to change like the way that they interviewed coaches. During the same time that she's talking about, data from the Southern Poverty Law Center said that white nationalist groups grew by 50% during 2015. For concrete numbers, from the ADL, they say there was an increase in white supremacist rallies and public events from 76 in 2017 to 91 in 2018, which is a 20% growth rate. And incidents of white supremacist propaganda surged by 182% in that year. That's why it's being covered. After 28, all the way to 2024, extremist groups were reportedly connected to 80% of all extremist-related demonstrations in this country. Political violence events, which again, 80% of that is by extremist-related demonstrations, that rose 13% by 2020. A fivefold, like a 500% increase relative to their share of that crime from 4 years previously. Now, interesting, she didn't bring this up, right? She blamed the media. But why is she leaving out all of this shit? For 2015 to 2025, both the frequency and geographic spread of white nationalist rallies, public events, and propaganda activities have been a several-fold increase, between 500 and 700%, evidenced by higher group event counts, more widespread occurrences, and increased use of flash mob tactics for rallies and demonstrations. From 2016 to 2019, there was a doubling of white nationalist propaganda events and public displays. The reported numbers of flyers, stickers, banners, and posters distributed in public more than doubled from 1,200 to 2,700 from 2018 to 2019. The rise in white nationalism was also connected and had ties to extremist groups. On January 6th, there were multiple white nationalist extremist groups who attacked the Capitol. And by the way, the ones that were convicted of like seditious conspiracy, those were the white nationalist groups or the hate groups. Those are the groups that were committed the most egregious crimes. Most of the people that were charged with crimes on January 6th, it was like trespassing, criminal trespass. They weren't charged with like instigating and coordinating the riot, but these white nationalist groups were. Scholars estimated as of mid-2024, around 100,000 Americans actively participated in organized white nationalist groups. That is a significant change. And this is what Republicans do all the time. You have this thing, I don't cover it much because it's the most bitch shit thing I've ever seen, like black fatigue. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and you won't have black fatigue. You think we want to talk? You think people on the left want to talk about race relations all the time? No, we don't. You know, we were fine. Colin Kaepernick took a knee and you motherfuckers lost your goddamn minds. Everybody in my life lost their fucking mind because Colin Kaepernick took a knee. It didn't hurt you one bit. In fact, it wouldn't have been a movement if you would shut the fuck up. But every time a person of color takes a stand, you have a bunch of white nationalists lose their shit. And then your news organizations are like, they're trying to force this on you. No, they're not. We're just talking about what's happening. And white nationalism in this country is rising. It's rising. It's getting worse. So naturally, the news is going to cover that worse or more, right? You know what never got covered in Utah? Tornadoes. Why? There was no tornadoes in Utah. I lived in Iowa. You know what got covered a lot in Iowa? Fucking tornadoes. Why? Because there's tornadoes. I don't get a lot of hurricane coverage here in Arizona. Why? Oh, because there's no fucking hurricanes. The news doesn't cover things that aren't happening. They cover things that are happening, and you might disagree with the way that they frame certain things. But again, this is just one more example of conservatives responding angrily at the response to their own actions. You don't like Charlottesville? You don't like that Trump got criticized for what he said? Have him act better. You know how fucking easy it is? When I see a white nationalist group marching, you know what I'm never going to do? Try and find the good in that. Why? Because what good does that do? They're chanting, Jews will not replace us. They're chanting hateful slogans, and you want me to be like, well, Timmy in there. Timmy, I don't know if you know this about Timmy. Timmy is an Eagle Scout, and on the weekends, he volunteers at homeless shelters. Cool. He's a fucking racist, and that's what he's doing right now. He's doing the racism right now. So I'm not going to call balls and strikes. I'm not going to call some of these people very fine people. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, some of those people might do good things in their own time. But right now, the thing that I know them for, because I didn't know Timmy before. The only reason I know Timmy is because his bitch ass is marching with Patriot Front, chanting racist slurs. So that's what Timmy's famous for. So I'm going to talk about that. I'm not going to whitewash history for him. And this is how white nationalists have completely destroyed your party. They do awful things. The news reports on it. You guys, because you hate the left, you just knee-jerk defend these people. So when you go and you try and whitewash this and you try and like play pussyfoot with the white nationalists, what do we have to say? We're like, why are you being so kind to them? Why are you more upset with us about talking about them? Are you racist too? And then that's how you get lumped in. You don't like being lumped in with racists? Just be vehement. Yeah, I do not support any of that. Yeah, but did you know that guy volunteers at homeless shelters? I don't fucking care. It's not the news's job to report that. That's not news. The news is that dipshit is marching down the street saying anti-Semitic things. That's what I'm opposed to. You guys could just do that. Every one of you, when Colin Kaepernick took a knee, if somebody said, what do you think about Colin Kaepernick? You'd be like, you know what? Personally, I don't take a knee during the anthem, but this is America. He can do what he wants. But you didn't. You didn't do that. You all freaked the fuck out. Fuck that guy. Stand up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Don't be a bitch. It doesn't matter. Right? If you're at home and you're writing in your journal anti-Semitic things, does it affect me? No. Right? React to things that affect you. Colin Kaepernick didn't hurt you at all and you all lost your fucking minds. And then you're mad. You're like, why do you guys call us racist? Because every time you have an opportunity to not be racist, you like kind of side with the racists. You're like, well, I'm not racist, but don't do the but. Don't do but. I'm not racist. I don't like racists. I wish the racists weren't in our party. Right? Just condemn it. When Donald Trump came out and said, like, see, yeah, I hate Colin Kaepernick. Yeah. When Donald Trump came out and said there were good people on both sides, instead of being like, I have to defend Donald Trump, you could have been like, yeah, that was dumb. I don't know why he said that. He should not have said that. You would have got no blowback. But you turned Donald Trump's fight into your fight. You've turned it all into a fight against the media, and that's by design. They want to soft pedal white nationalism to you. They want white nationalism and racism to feel palatable to you. So what they do is they're like, look, all we were doing is marching. Look at the media. They're the real problem. They lied about President Trump. Even if they did. What's worse, lying about what Trump said or white nationalists? I'd say white nationalists. But every time we bring this up, you guys are like, well, the media lied about what Trump said. That's why. If you guys just stopped doing this shit, it wouldn't be a problem. If you just condemned things that were bad and ignored things that don't hurt you, we wouldn't have this problem. You're mad about BLM? You're mad about those riots? All you had to do, it doesn't matter what you say. Like, Derek Chauvin shouldn't have knelt on the neck. We can all say that. But you can't do that, right? You have to go, oh, no, actually, did you know in the autopsy there was, it doesn't matter. He still shouldn't have done that. The police don't need to do that. The police don't need to overreact. But every time they overreact, there you come in to be like, well, why don't you tell the whole story? Why does it matter? The part that I care about is the person that's there to protect me is the one kneeling on the neck. He's a government employee. He shouldn't do that. We should all be able to agree on that. But you guys turn it into a culture war every time. And then you get the counter reaction. Then you get everybody coming out and be like, you know what? Fuck police brutality. And you're like, actually, the police are heroes. What's up, Jen?
Okay.
Hey.
Figure I'd hop in and to my announcements. Just so you guys know, I don't know if you even heard it earlier. I'm looking on YouTube. Madi, you say you have a lot of things to say. You can come up and talk to Jay. And how you do that is if you look at the Venmo username, that's my Discord. If you message me on Discord, I can bring you up and have a conversation. You're making all these comments that no one will want to talk to you or whatever, but you can come up and talk. So if you message me on Discord, Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1, I can get you on. You can have the conversation with Jay. If you look in that top left-hand corner, I think the total needs to be updated a little bit, but that's our the remaining balance of our gift goal. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking down the remaining balance of the gift goal. This is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. We also have memberships wherever you're watching. We do member-only events. So if you'd like to join us for those events, please subscribe and you can go to those events and we'll have them coming up. I mentioned how you guys can join. The link tree in the bio shows we're on most social media platforms. We have merch, Jay's on Cameo, and we upload all these episodes to Spotify. So there's all that. So if we've got about 90 minutes left, hour and a half left of the show. So if we could make a dent in the gift goal, that would help us out a lot. What else? Did you hear about? Actually, I got this one from B10 from the server. Where does a king put his armies?
Where does what?
Where does a king put his armies?
I don't know.
In his sleeves.
Oh. Got it. I was way off of that one. Thank you. Look, I see. I guess we got the white nationalists fired up, and I don't think you guys can come up here. So I'm going to try and answer some of the questions that you guys are asking here. But where was that one? Somebody said, like, why is it important to tell the whole story? That's leftist. It's not like this. This is the point. Should the police kneel on somebody's neck? No. Right? No. And if everybody would have said that, you wouldn't have had the same outrage. If the police commissioner there would have just come out and been like, we shouldn't have done that, he shouldn't have done that, it's no problem. Right? When you start talking about all the other stuff involved, what you're doing, and the way that it comes off, is that you're justifying the police brutality. You're justifying excessive force. There is no justification for excessive force. That's why it's excessive, right? Some force is justified. Excessive force is not. When a person, no matter how violent they have been, let's just say that George Floyd had beat up like 12 police officers, right? And they finally got him to the ground, and now he was subdued. You still don't kneel on his neck. You still don't. So telling the rest of the story doesn't change the fact that police acted in a way that was excessive. I have no reasonable expectation of citizens in this country to act responsibly. I don't. There's nothing I can do. Right? If you guys want to break the law, you're going to break the law. There's not a lot I can do about that. That's what the police are for. The police are there to investigate. In some places, hopefully, sometimes they can stop crimes from being committed. But when a crime is committed, it's the police's responsibility to try and de-escalate, and then take that person who committed the crime and have them face justice. That's our system. In order to face justice, you need to be alive. But just because somebody does something bad should not give the police the right to use excessive force. I'm always against excessive force. And if you hold that standard, then you're saying, like, if you want to go, like, I understand, like, the murder trial. If you want to make these arguments for Chauvin about the murder trial, that's a different story. We may agree, we may not agree on what the evidence showed in the murder trial, but I'm talking about just that specific action. Was it excessive? Yes. If we could all just agree that you don't get to use excessive force because you hate the person or the person did something bad, then we don't have this problem. The police, we should expect the police to not use excessive force ever, and they should be held responsible when they use excessive force. That's not a hard thing. Right? I live in Mesa, Arizona. Like, we are excessive force like crazy. And it doesn't even necessarily seem to, like, always be a race thing. I recently made a new friend. I knew his younger brother, and I didn't know him. But he was telling me this story, and he used to do a lot of psychedelics. And he was Mormon, but, like, obviously not a good Mormon because he would do psychedelics. I don't remember what he took, but he took some psychedelics, and he went to church, and then he just started, like, tripping, and he had to get out of there. And he lived like 1.5 miles from the church. Now, he also had a criminal record from, I believe, like, some theft charges or vandalism charges or something like that. So the police were aware of who this person was. Mesa's not, like, a huge community, and his dad is a very well-known, maybe the wealthiest person in Mesa, very well-known, connected Republican donor. Everybody knows who this guy is. So he was telling me the story, and he doesn't remember it, but they all have it on camera. He basically was at church, started tripping, and he started walking home. And as he was walking home, he crossed the road at a place that he wasn't supposed to. A police officer yelled at him to stop, and he didn't. And he just kept walking because he didn't hear it. He was literally in a different world. And eventually, he was shot. He was shot for evading, for refusing to obey orders. Now, I look at that scenario and I'm like, look, this is a problem that I have with police. Is it excessive to shoot somebody for jaywalking? Yep. Is it excessive to shoot somebody for not obeying a lawful order? Yes, because he's just walking. Now, if he's driving a car, if he's driving very fast, if he has a weapon, if he's approaching other people, then it's not excessive. He wound up ironically being thrown in jail. He went to jail for this. He sued eventually, and they settled it out of court, which great for my tax money. But that type of stuff we could all be against. And you know what? If that video was shown, none of you would fight it. He's a white dude. You would all agree. You'd just be like, yeah, that was excessive. But we live in a country where we have demonized people who look differently than us. We demonize, like, we turned, I grew up this way. I'll be frank, like, I remember like early 2000s basketball. I was that guy that was like, pull your shorts up. This is thug culture. Right? Like, Allen Iverson was being fined for not wearing a suit, and it was like a legitimate problem in this country. It was like Fox News would lead with that. These thugs are ruining the NBA. Right? Because it's different than us. We don't understand it. It's a different culture. And so we just think it's bad, so we're afraid of it. So if that person, I think Trayvon Martin's like a perfect example. Before we knew any of the details about Trayvon Martin, the news organizations were lining up on sides before we knew anything at all. And whatever you want to say about, like, the events and, like, the criminal charges, again, I'm not an attorney. I do know that a kid who was unarmed was unalived. That's what I do know. So I think that could have and should have been avoided. I know that an adult in that situation stalked that kid because of a perceived threat. And the perceived threat was that he was black and wore a hoodie. So he followed and instigated. And then I don't remember the exact details. I know, like, a fight ensued. I don't remember the exact details. And again, I'm not making any statement about the law, but, like, as an adult, there's no scenario where I think I follow a 14-year-old kid around because he's got a hoodie, and then I wind up unaliving that kid, and, like, I'm in the right. I could have just done he was told by the police, don't do that. Like, you don't need to follow him. We'll send the police. When she's talking about these culture wars and blaming, it's all the left media. No, it's not. It's just not. We have a rise in white nationalism. White nationalists side with MAGA. And MAGA stays together because you guys are a cult. So your knee-jerk reaction is to always defend the white nationalists, or always whitewash what they did, or always try and be like, well, both sides. one side are white nationalists. How the fuck can we not condemn that? It should not be that hard. Charlottesville was the easiest thing in the world to call balls and strikes. Oh, the people chanting racist slogans are marching down the street, and then there's these other people who are like, don't be racist. Yeah, the ones saying don't be racist are the good guys. The ones being racist are the bad guys. That's easy. That's easy. And then let the courts figure out the rest of the stuff. If there was a fist fight, let the courts decide like who threw the first punch. And by the way, if one of the protesters in Charlottesville who was anti-racist punched a racist in the face, they should, like, I would be like, yeah, you know what? I don't blame them for punching a racist in the face, but yeah, they punched him. That's assault. They should go to jail. That's easy. All this shit is easy, but not if you're on the right. If you're on the right, like, you have to turn it into hyperbole. I love that one of you white nationalists just said I'm boring as shit. I love that. That shows what you are. How come you guys aren't fighting? Why is nobody screaming right now? How come we're not blaming women or immigrants for all of our problems?
Or the historical accuracy.
I do want to dive into what you mean by that, because you say that you don't think it's a reflection of reality. Based on what?
Well, slavery,
based on the idea that those things don't exist, that white supremacy doesn't exist, racism doesn't exist, that we shouldn't be talking about it anymore?
Based on the idea, obviously all these things I think are evil, but there's not more slavery now to the tune.
Yeah, but I think
But there is more white nationalism. There is more extremism. There is more violent attacks by racist groups. Like, it's the dumbing down of history, right? Why are we talking about slavery in this country? Oh, I don't know. Systemic oppression. That's why. That's why we're talking about it. And it started with slavery. If you're going to talk about systemic oppression, you look at the history of our country and you can say, okay, well, first black people were slaves. Then they were 2/3 of a person. Then they were kind of a person, but they weren't allowed to be with the white people. And then eventually they were allowed to be with the white people, but the white people really fought against that. There was a lot of violence about white people and black people mixing. And then even after that, like, we still had economic segregation. We still had places like San Francisco and Oakland that were obviously segregated by race, despite the fact that it was like illegal to do that. And you can look all around this country and you can see places that are segregated by race. And if you look at the black communities, oftentimes they are underfunded. So you're working backwards. That's why we're having this discussion. But why is she pretending like it's just slavery? The slavery is the reason that people are talking about slavery is because we're going through history. And we're saying, like, why are some of these neighborhoods historically poor? Why are they always poor? Why are they always underfunded? Right? And if you can look at a neighborhood that was formed as a black neighborhood with less funding, and then that lack of funding has continued until now, that's systemic oppression. And we talk about that. And that leads all the way back to slavery. That's how slavery comes up. Right? But nobody's saying this is the same as slavery. Nobody's saying that, like, what's happening right now is the exact same thing as slavery, but we can look back at our country because we have a history of treating people differently based on how they look. And that starts when we brought black people here. For what reason? To make them slaves. It's an easy connection to make. They skip all that shit. They don't want to have this discussion. So this is all being talked about because white nationalist groups have gotten much bigger and much more violent and much more vocal. And then when you have the conversation with a white nationalist, or if you have a conversation on the news and you're discussing this rise in white nationalism and why some of the things, like some of the rhetoric and some of the actions, lead to worse things, and you're pointing back at history at times when these same things happened, eventually you're going to get to slavery because this is what human beings do. This is how you talk. And if we weren't so goddamn obsessed as Republicans, as like trying to be like, oh, we're actually the good side. We never did anything bad. Everybody in history that was like us was good. That's how we get to slavery. You don't want to get to slavery? Address what's happening right now. Don't demand that we have to explain this to you every fucking day. I see some of the most intelligent people, the places I hang out on TikTok. In fact, I hope they recorded it, but Covey and Adorna had a conversation like, I think Saturday or Sunday morning. It was incredible. And I learned so much. And I like to think that like I'm fairly educated, and I learned like a million new things that day. If you guys would just address reality, like we wouldn't have to keep going back to slavery. If you could look right now and you could just acknowledge Systemic racism, systemic oppression, not just for black people, but in other places too. If you could just acknowledge that, we wouldn't have to keep going back to slavery to explain this to you. It seems like slavery is where we have to go before you guys are like, oh, well, yeah, slavery was racist. All these other things. Like, the reason we have to talk about it is because that seems to be the time when, like, Republicans and Democrats agree, okay, that was racist. Everything else after that, that's why we have to get there. It's not that anybody's comparing right now to slavery. It's that that's where we have to go to get you to admit that, like, racism's a thing.
The problem, Batia, is that in the 19, hold on a second, Bakari. Part of the problem is that back, not that long ago, in the 50s, the 60s, even beyond that, when there was actual Jim Crow happening in this country, people were actually treating black people as second-class citizens. We weren't talking about those things at all.
But in
those words were virtually never mentioned.
Abby, you don't
so is that better? Was it better then, or was it worse?
You don't think that 2013 is the same as the 1960s,
But you're missing,
right?
Respectfully, and I've had this debate many times.
Do you really think that there's as big a difference between the 1960s and
I don't think that's not my point.
See what I mean? Like, this is what we do. Like, we just can't have the conversation. You guys don't seem like interested in having the conversation. Nobody is saying this. You know what else didn't exist in the 1960s? The data you just cited. You know what else didn't exist? A 24-hour news cycle. Everything is discussed more now than it was in the 1960s. There's not a single issue that news organizations are talking about now that they talked about in the 60s where we're not discussing it more now. And this is like that, do we really need to talk about this? Like, aren't we better than the 60s? What you're saying when you say that is like, oh, it was solved. We solved it in the 60s. No, we didn't. Clearly, we didn't. Clearly, they're still white nationalists, and they're growing. Nick Fuentes has had a blow up. Andrew Wilson's had a nice little blow up. And they're just racist, misogynistic fucks. It's rising in this country. We have a time when the extremism is rising. So you want us to not talk about it because you're like, oh, well, at least it's not as bad as, okay. Is that like, and that seems to be like conservatism. You're so afraid of criticism. You're so afraid of change. You're so afraid of making things better. Literally, your slogan is make America great again. Let's go backwards. And you stole that from Ronald Reagan. So even then it's not even up to date. You're like, let's go back to 1984. And then Trump's like, let's go back to our economic policy of the late 1800s. And let's delete all this history in our museums of all these problems we had where white people didn't treat black people well. I did notice that Donald Trump doesn't seem to go in and talk about how we treated Irish people or Italian people or German people or those immigrants. I noticed that we're not erasing that. Isn't that weird? There was a lot of mistreatment of other people from other countries that came, but we're not pulling that out. Why? We're cool with white people being victims in the Smithsonian. If we're going to talk about the Irish or we're going to talk about the Italians, we're cool with that. But this other stuff, it makes us feel bad. Why do you think they're cool with making Italians and the Irish feel like victims? Because they're not still experiencing that, right? We don't have like this anti-Irish bias here in this country. We don't have an anti-Italian bias in this country. The white people all kind of accepted them. They're like, okay, you're with us now. We can breed with you. And so now we don't have that. So it's fine. The only reason you guys want to cut this shit out is because it's still happening. And you don't want to address what's happening right fucking now. And so you want to delete it. Conservatism, ironically, like if we ever get to a point where we're not experiencing racism in this country, that's probably when conservatives will be like, okay, now we can talk about it. But you don't want to talk about it because you would have to change. There's still things that we need to work on. There's still things we need to change. And that's why you don't want to talk about it. Be honest. Otherwise, explain why Trump isn't going after all these other things that happened in our nation's history that were bad.
The point is that the use of the language in present day, or the lack of the use of the language back when racism was apparent every single day in the streets of America, doesn't reflect really anything except perhaps a better awareness of the reality that we live in as a country.
That's not the point. Do you think the country was more racist in 2019?
That's not the point.
I didn't say anything about whether the country was more racist.
All right, that's the end of the clip that I had. I just wanted to show that because I'm tired of this. And I spoke to you guys directly yesterday, and I'll speak to you again. Like, I'm willing to talk about this with my white nationalist friends. Like, if we could have an honest discussion about this, it would be great. I understand that you feel that you're attacked. I understand that the world that you're growing up in is not as easy for you to be successful as it was for your parents. Okay? I understand all of that. I understand for maybe the first time in American history, like white guys like us, like we don't have the same opportunities that our parents have. And now what you guys are doing, ironically, what the conservative side is doing is you're blaming other people for oppressing you. You're blaming immigrants. You're blaming trans people. You're blaming gay people. You're blaming communists. You're blaming socialists. You're blaming everybody but yourself. Ironically, this thing that you guys complain about all the time, you're like, oh, I'm tired of talking about oppression. Like, we live in this great country. Nobody's oppressed. And then you guys are screaming oppression every day. You literally think that the reason that you don't have a good paying job is because like migrant workers are coming in from south of our border. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, isn't it? Don't you think that's a little pathetic? Especially like if we're gonna gauge history, we're gonna talk about people in this country who have been oppressed. Like, it's not you. It's not you. It's just the first time in American history that like folks, the people that look like you and I, like the future's not brighter for us than it was for our parents. And if we could have this discussion honestly, I think we could get somewhere, because the real honest answer is that we were sold out. Our parents were lied to, and we sold everything to corporations, and they run everything now. The reason you can't afford a house has nothing to do with brown people, has nothing to do with gay people, has nothing to do with trans people. It has everything to do with corporations wanting a piece of every dollar that you make. It's not the government. It's not the government taking your money. It's the government handing your rights away to corporations. All these things that are making your life harder, and this is my frustration I talked to some people on your side, like some people that the Nick Fuentes crowd. And this is the message that I wish you guys would be aware of, is that these problems that you're recognizing, they are real. They are real. There is a male loneliness epidemic. There is an epidemic. There are women more now than ever don't want to get married. Women more now than ever don't want to have children. All these things that you guys identified that affect you as white dudes, they are happening. But the people that you listen to are doing you no favors. They are giving you the worst fucking advice possible. What they're all telling you is, you're fine. It's everybody else's fault. So what we need to do is, rather than adapt and change, and rather than try new ideas, we need to oppress people. We need to take power. We need force. You guys, if you're Andrew Wilson folks here, tell me I'm not lying about the force doctrine. Is that not Andrew Wilson's entire ideology? That really all power is force. And so if you want things to go your way, voting doesn't work. Democracy doesn't work. Collectivism doesn't work. Globalism doesn't work. Diversity doesn't work. It's all force. So you don't have to change your views. You don't have to get along with people. You just have to create a big enough coalition of power that you can take what you want and have what you want. That's terrible fucking advice. I'm telling you, like, from experience, I'm telling you that, like, if you just treat people respectfully, if you drop all this, like, anti-woman, anti-immigrant, anti-LGBTQ stuff, one, you're going to be happier. But two, you may just find that people find you palatable. You may find that when you go on Twitter, there's not, or on Tinder or Bumble, that there's not people specifically like, no MAGA, no white nationalists. Like, fuck, why are they oppressing me? They don't want to be around you because they think you're just like a victim for no fucking reason. You're just blaming everybody else for your problems. You will find that your life gets significantly easier once you stop blaming everybody else for your problems. And if you want to work, like you want to have options to date, you want to have options for jobs, you're going to have to work with everybody else. You're going to have to work with a lot of people who don't think like you, who don't look like you, who didn't grow up like you, who have different ideas than you. And if you don't learn to embrace that change, like, you're just going to be fucked. Because here's how this ends. I don't know how far Donald Trump is going to get into authoritarianism. He's there. We're doing it. Like, I don't know. We have red states now sending their own National Guard into D.C. I think it was like Tennessee, Alabama, and someone else. Like we're at the beginning parts of what could eventually be a legitimate civil war. But the end of this, no matter how it ends, no matter how much power Donald Trump winds up getting, eventually you'll lose. Eventually it happens to every authoritarian regime. Your insistence on a lack of diversity, your insistence on a controlled narrative, on a lack of acceptance of other ideas, you lose every time. And then you're back at square one. And then you're going to blame everybody else again. I'm just telling you, like, you really think Nick Fuentes and Andrew Wilson and Benny Johnson, you think they're going to lead? You think they're really going to lead like a coalition that's going to do a goddamn thing? No, they're all pussies. Every one of those people, they all wanted to be stars. What did Tim Pool want to do? Tim Pool wanted to be a star. He's on record saying, like, I just wanted to make money. You know how easy it is to do a podcast? I'm just going to be a podcaster, and I'm going to sit right in the middle, and I'm going to make a fortune, and he did. Benny Johnson, failed actor. Michael Knowles, failed actor. Ben Shapiro, failed actor. Steven Crowder, failed comedian. All of these people had like a different plan to be famous and it didn't work for them. So then instead of accepting that like, oh, maybe they just weren't that good at it or maybe their views sucked, then they just made a new career on on co-opting all of the victimhood. There's not a bigger group of like victims than the incel Reddit crowd, the white nationalist crowd. You guys are the whiniest, softest bunch of bitches. You all have to march together. We're going to go in costumes, guys. This is going to be fun. We're going to train. We're going to learn combat. Why? Because your ideas suck. Why do you hate people? Because you don't want to admit that like maybe some of this is you. Or maybe some of it means you need to change your ideology. You want to, tomorrow, if all of you decided, you know what? We're going to vote for some real change in this country. We're going to vote for universal health care. We're going to make sure that there's like the people are paid a living wage. We're going to force these corporations to share their profits. We're going to take money out of politics. We're going to do ranked choice voting. Those are actual concrete solutions that will make your life better, and they're doable. You're not going to win a fucking civil war. You're not going to be You're not going to have this authoritarian takeover where you win. It's a cool wet dream, and I know you guys like thinking that you'll have power. It's not going to happen. There's 330 million people in America. You will not win. So you're just going to keep chasing this carrot on the end of the stick that will never exist. You will never be able to force everybody to do what you want, and then all of a sudden you'll be rich. You need to look at real economic solutions. You need to look at real political solutions. The problem that we have is the money is not evenly distributed. How do you fix that? That's where the conversation has to start. How do you fix the unequal distribution of money? Well, I don't see any solutions you guys are coming up with. What, tariffs? More manufacturing? Well, you could work in a manufacturing plant. All right. That doesn't fix anything. All the stuff that actually is hurting you, I'm just like, you have no actual solutions for it. So what you do instead is you just hate people who have actual solutions. Like Mom Donnie has real solutions. Bernie Sanders has real solutions. You guys don't have solutions, and that's why you just choose hate. What's up, Jen?
And you've got someone who's going to be joining.
Oh, okay.
Here in a second. I sent you something. So they should be joining here shortly. We've got about an hour left of the show, and we've got we're a ways away from the gift goal, more than I'm comfortable with being. So if you guys could, while these conversations happen, they can go a little long. So if you guys could help us out, head up the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat to round out that gift goal number. I think you have to update the gift goal total, and you might want to double check comments and stuff because I think there's some that came through.
All right, let me read some of these. Jamar said, it's like they're saying racism would be gone if we just stopped talking about it. It's fucking silly. BR6X3 said, never seen this level of whiny, crying, triggered baby boys in your chat. Kim said, have you looked into the Cornhusker Clink and how the new Nebraska hospital that closed is also in that county? Fuck Nebraska. I haven't. Kim, if you have something, send it to Jen. I've never even heard that. Melissa, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Dragon Wizard said, because Muddy is too scared to debate. Curious Red Monster said, is that why I play Jigglypuff in Smash Bros? And then I had one here from Christina said, for you, sexy golfer, I'd love to see that 9-iron. It's not a 9-iron, I can tell you that. I bet that you're all man, just like the late great Arnold Palmer. I'm not. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I'm not. Don't pack a bunch of extra weight down there. Keep calling Trump will fucks little bitches. I will forever get a kick out of it. Thank you. All right. I don't know if I'm breaking news there, but I do not have a 9-inch penis. So sorry to break anybody's heart there if your heart's set on that. Jen, let me read your message, Jen. You said, all right, who is this? It's Jeffrey. Oh, good. Jeffrey's coming up. Let me see what Jeffrey said. Calling whites racist is an easier excuse where liberals don't have to actually. I didn't call whites racist. I said there's white nationalists because black areas don't have high tax input to the state. I believe Jay just made defamatory comments. The NBA has been ruined. It's a joke now. Jay was literally advocating fascism earlier. Jay will eventually start as hominin attacking if you disagree with him. If you would just agree with us, we won't lie about you. So what about black nationalists? They bad too. I have the right to say I don't like what Kaepernick is doing, and he can kneel. There we have it. Jay is against free speech when he disagrees with it, so he gets free speech. Why don't you shut the fuck? White nationalists won't be a thing. If I shut the fuck up, white nationalists will just go away. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Oh, no, this El Jefe said I'll go up Jay's opposition. Current topic is racial issues. Okay. So I guess that's what we're talking about. That's what the world needs more of. Two white dudes talking about race. That's what we need. Jen, are we close?
Oh, no, I've sent him all the information. He's all set to go. He just has to hit the button and join the VC. So
that's hard. Sometimes finding the button's difficult.
Yeah, it's common for his type, it seems. So Jeffrey, we're waiting on you.
Let me see here. I'll move on while Jeffrey's pulling up. Just let me know when he's here. I just want to show this too real quick. We're not when Republicans act like this is a big change, right? And that Donald Trump's just doing what he always campaigned on. Here is this the right one? Make sure this is the right one. Here's Trump in 2017. Sounds an awful lot like me in 2017. Here's Trump in 2017. I guess everything's changed since then.
Actually, what he said during that tour. Listen to this.
I had the privilege of visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture right here in Washington, D.C. It's a new, beautiful Smithsonian museum that serves as a shining example of African Americans' incredible contributions to our culture, our society, and our history. It also tells of the great struggle for freedom and equality that prevailed against the sins of slavery and the injustice of discrimination. The work and love of the people who helped create such a masterpiece is a testament to the legacy of so many leaders it honors.
What happened to that person? What happened? Where'd that guy go? He's a whole new guy now? What's that? This 2017? What were we just talking about? The rise in racism between 2017. It's almost like Donald Trump just takes whatever you guys think, whatever his voters think, and he adopts that. And he found out his voters were just really pretty fucking racist. So now he's like, maybe I should do more racism this time. I remember debating over and over. What was his name? David. David was always like, Trump's done more for the black community than any president in history. And now here he is. He's just like, I'm going to go into black communities and I'm just going to police the fuck out of them. We're going to go after all the black communities. We're going to go after all the mayors in every city where you have a large black population. We've really changed our tune, Donald, here. Amanda said, Jay being humble about his penis size. Thank you. I don't want to lie. That's a tough one. You lie and you say that you got a fat sack down there, and then all it takes is one person to see it and be like, he was lying. And I want to get caught. I don't want to get caught lying. 6 cents a million. Thanks for joining the dollar train. Are we gonna get Jeffrey up here, or what's going on? I feel like we paused the show just for Jeffrey to be lazy. Where is Jeffrey? Is Jeffrey in the chat still?
He's saying he has to verify an email, which that's not true. I've already accepted him to the server, so he's all set to go.
Jeff, just join, Jeff. Oh, there it is. I see it. All right. What's up, Jeff?
I should be on now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Jeff?
I think I'm on.
Jeff, can you hear me? Jeffrey?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You hear me all right? Make sure you're not watching the stream. Just listen through Discord. Turn off the stream because the stream, there's like a 10 or 15 second delay. So if you just listen through Discord, it'll be better.
Yeah, I'm muted. I muted the stream.
Cool. So what's on your mind, Jeff?
So I guess the white nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
Why, like, would you say maybe there's a legitimate reason for that happening? It isn't just everyone's racist, but maybe people being grouped into boxes.
What do you mean?
And white people saying, "Well, I better get into a box."
I mean, I'm a white guy. I don't know about this like being boxed in. I've never felt like I was put in a box. I don't think people are being put in boxes. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh. Do you want to explain that? Like, what do you mean by like people being boxed in?
You're from Mesa, Arizona, right?
I grew up in Utah. I live in Mesa now, but I grew up in Utah.
Currently, yeah. So what was that case a few years ago when, I forget the names, but it was a white cop shot a white guy in a hotel room when he was like crawling on the ground. I think that was Mesa.
Yeah, that was Mesa.
Somewhere in Arizona, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, that was our PD. They're kind of known for
Mesa, so
shooting people. Yeah.
would you not think that that is 100 times more egregious situation than George Floyd?
I don't remember if it was today or yesterday. I actually talked about this specific example, and I said specifically that Mesa PD, like their police brutality, it doesn't necessarily seem to be just race. Like they seem to be. And I told the story today of Mesa PD shooting a white dude that I'm friends with. So
why does it got to be racism because a white cop did it to a black guy or a black cop did it to a white guy? Why is it not just the cops just bad?
Well, I do think that
why does race have to be brought into it?
I don't. Well, first of all, I do think that if you're saying, like, if you're assuming that somebody did something because they're racist and you don't have evidence to say that they're racist, I think that that's wrong. But why would that force you to be a white nationalist?
So why did you say Derek Chauvin was a racist earlier?
I didn't say that. I
Or
said
George Zimmerman was a racist earlier.
I didn't.
Why did you call them racist without having any evidence?
It's kind of weird. I feel like you didn't listen because I didn't call either of them racist. I was talking about police brutality.
Definitely said it for George Zimmerman.
What's that? Your connection is
definitely said George
shitty.
Zimmerman was a racist. He followed Trayvon Martin because he was black.
Is there any way you could switch?
Is that going out or my audio?
I think it's yours. Are you on Wi-Fi or something? You want to switch off that?
It doesn't have a LAN connector.
Oh, that's better. Whatever you did, or maybe you just moved. It's better. I don't remember saying that that George Zimmerman was racist. I remember saying that the reason that he said that he gave on the phone call that somebody was suspicious is that it was a black kid in a hoodie. Like that was the level of suspicion that he raised on the phone call. So again, like there's this thing like where when we talk about racism, you can never really say like I know what somebody was thinking specifically, right? But I can say that the reason for suspicion was that it was a black kid in a neighborhood with a hoodie. That's what he said.
Would that not be an accurate description of who he was following at the same time?
Yeah, but I didn't say. I said that was why he ruled him as suspicious. I didn't say that he was racist. I said that's why he ruled him suspicious. I don't think that's suspicious. Why would that be suspicious?
I mean, just from a purely logical point of view, I'm not saying it's right, but if, say, you're in an all-white neighborhood and you've got a black guy walking around at 10 o'clock at night, for example, wearing a hoodie, looking suspicious, that could be suspicious in and of itself.
Why is walking with a hoodie on suspicious?
Would it be suspicious if a white guy was walking around in a predominantly black neighborhood wearing a hoodie at night at that time?
I don't know.
You think people would get suspicious?
I don't know. I'm asking
Regardless
you.
of what you would do, what do you think? Some people, I think some
Well,
people would be suspicious. Guys walking around in a black neighborhood at 10 o'clock at night, that would be suspicious.
I mean, I've used. Yeah, that connection is crazy bad. I've used this example before. I've told it on my stream. Like I sometimes you don't realize like that you may have like some unchecked racism. And I told a story of I regularly go on like walks at night in my neighborhood, and it is because I live in Mesa, so every neighborhood in Mesa is predominantly white. But I was walking one night, and I pass people all the time. And there was one night, there's a guy who I see all the time now, but there was a black guy walking towards me, and I felt fear, and I don't normally feel fear. And I really had to process that. I was like, why did I feel fear from him, but I didn't with other people? And it's like, oh, because of the way I was raised. Like that stuff sometimes you don't even recognize until it comes on the surface. And I had to address that internally. Like, oh, I had that feeling for no good reason. That guy lives in my neighborhood. So the only reason I felt fear from him is because growing up, like seeing a black person at night, like that was a scary thing. That was something I just talked about that with like the way that I viewed the NBA. So you have to process and unpack those things. Or you can just say, I'm justified, so I'm a white nationalist. And I'm saying I think there's a better way. I don't think you have to say like, oh, I have fear and my fear is justified, therefore I'm just going to side with a bunch of white nationalists.
So moving into the white nationalism aspect, when Democrat politicians are going
Dude, is there really nothing you could could you move? This connection's bad, man. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's bad. Or like switch microphones. I don't even know if it's a connection issue. It sounds like maybe a microphone issue.
Got decent service.
It's just it sounds like a bad mic. Are you on headphones?
that's
Are you
not
on
really-
headphones or something?
It's a wired headset.
Could you want to maybe switch off the wired headset because it sounds like just a bad like like a loose connection. Doesn't even sound like a
It
internet
might just be
connection.
this Chromebook.
Could be.
Yeah, this Chromebook just sucks. If it's too bad, yeah, I can drop and come back later, maybe tomorrow.
Do you want to maybe just unplug and plug it back in real quick? See if that fixes the connection.
Causing an issue.
Do you want to just unplug it and then plug it back in?
Any better?
That actually does sound a little better. Yeah.
So, is that still good?
Go ahead. If it gets bad, I'll let you know.
So with crap politicking, for example, that the goal is to replace you, and we want in specifically brown people, for example, right? Joe Biden, Schumer, your pick. They've said these things, but not inherently going to white people nervous.
It doesn't make me nervous. I've never heard Joe Biden or Chuck Schumer say that I was going to be replaced. I've never heard that. Yeah, you may need to just come back a different day. I don't know. All right, brother. I gotta move on with the show. Unfortunately, that connection's too shitty, so we got to move on. If you find a different connection, let me know. You can come back. But that is a shitty connection. All right. Let me make sure I got comments done, and then I'll move on here. Jackie said, "Hey, homie." What's up, Jackie? Good to see you. Drew said, "Do you think if racism wasn't a factor in the United States, that minorities would still overwhelmingly vote blue, or would it destroy the Democrats' chance of winning elections?" I mean, potentially, right? Like if you had a more fair economic system, if we were able to remove, if we were somehow able to remove, generational wealth, and if you had, I don't know, yeah, if everybody was on level playing field, maybe. But that would also, so we're saying like if the Republicans also like got rid of their white nationalism, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think I could possibly answer that question. I don't know what I don't know necessarily why all voters vote certain ways. It's a good question. I have no clue. There's BR says there's only one Jeffrey in our hearts. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Sorry about that, Jeffrey. I want to go down to some Epstein stuff. This was on Breaking Points the other day, which is Crystal Ball and Sagar. And what we're talking here is they're discussing Jewish supremacy in Israel and the myth that they're the only democracy in the Middle East.
Ideology. So, the prohibition on race mixing makes tons of sense in the context of a Jewish supremacist ideology. And it also is truly, if he's speaking honestly, it is the real reason why he and others won't acknowledge that what Israel is doing is a genocide.
And what they're talking about is the spokesperson from the ADL. I think we played that clip, but the spokesperson for the ADL is coming under fire. So that's who they're talking about when they say he.
Because they believe that they, as a Jewish supremacist, that they basically get a pass to do whatever they want to do, and that nothing that they could do could ever constitute a genocide. And you hear this even, in a more, diplomatic or more sort of liberal-coded answer from Jeremy Ben-Ami when he was debating Mehdi Hassan about the use of the term genocide. And it's basically like, well, it makes me feel bad, so I don't want to use that term because I don't like the way it makes me think about like what Jewish Israelis are supporting and what this means for my whole ideology. And after the fact, apparently after reflection, to his credit, he put on a Substack basically saying like, you know what? I'm no longer going to object to the term. I'm not going to use the term because it still makes me feel bad, but I don't object to the term because I see that this is what is actually happening here. But I think that's truly where the denial comes from. It's because no, it couldn't be us, because he's so steeped in this Jewish supremacist ideology of Zionism that he thinks that.
One of the things I've talked to about I'll just say, like, I talked to Tex about this. I thought I had the other night when I was researching, is there seems to be, and this is my criticism, a large criticism of Nick Fuentes and that movement, is that what they've done is they've taken Zionism, which is like a very predatory ideology. It's a very supremacist ideology, and they apply that to Jewish people as a whole, right? So instead of saying like I'm anti-Zionist, you'll hear a lot of these white nationalist groups, they're like I'm anti-Jewish, and they'll apply anybody who is Jewish or Jewish adjacent, it's like it's a Jewish problem, right? And they apply this ideology to Jews as a whole. You look at voting in the United States. You look at polling on approval for the state of Israel, the IDF specifically, Benjamin Netanyahu. Jewish Americans largely don't agree with what they're doing there, and this is where like you get the anti-Semitic discussion, and this is another place where I think that white nationalists just take the easy way out. They take the holistic approach, and they say, like, instead of saying Zionism, this ideology is the problem, it's Jewish people. And the reason that I think they do that is because Zionism is very, very close to conservatism, to republicanism, to MAGA. There's not a lot of daylight between Zionism and MAGA. Right? So if you're going to demonize the thing that is causing the problems, it would be Zionism that you're demonizing, but then you have to demonize, like it's too close to what you want and too close to what you believe. Like this idea that you want to have an ethno-state, or that you want to resegregate, or that you want to have like a national culture, and that people who are different than you ruin the culture and they ruin social cohesion. That's not different from Zionism. It's very similar. It's very similar to like the way that Israel treats Palestine as Jewish supremacy. That is Zionism, right? It's not to be confused with Judaism. That's where I think we have this kind of shitty disconnect, where there's all these people who are recognizing now that what Israel is doing to Palestine is a genocide, and we have this convergence of opinion where you'll hear us on the left talking about Israel committing a genocide against Palestine, and then you can go and you can watch Nick Fuentes, and he's saying very similar things. But then there's other parts, like other lighthearted parts of the show, where I will talk about Zionism, and Nick Fuentes will talk about the Jews, and that's I think. Again, is why I'm afraid of like these white nationalist movements. They're anti-intellectual. They stop at the answer they want, not the answer that is correct. The problem that all of us should have is with Zionism, unless you're a Zionist, in which case you love it. But that's how it became anti-Semitic. And then you have the ADL. And you have lobbying groups that are now saying, like, that are actual Zionists, that now they're co-opting that. They're like, oh, if you criticize Zionism, you are criticizing Judaism. So you are now anti-Semitic, right? That's again, it's just a lazy take. Every time we talk about the difference, like where we break apart from conservatives or white nationalists, the break is always at they stopped. They just got lazy with their research. They got lazy with their answers, and they stopped at the solution that they wanted to blame. They wanted to blame somebody, some group of people for the problem. They want to be able to scapegoat that so that they can say, just by nature of me being born the way that I am better. I literally watched a Fuentes clip today as people are trying to convince me that Nick Fuentes is softening and that he's not actually anti-Semitic and that he's having a new awakening. Then I see him. He's like, black people are just dumber. Right? Women are just dumber. Jewish people are just criminals. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you can talk about Palestine all you want. And you could pull at the heartstrings. But your conclusion at the end of this is that this is all genetic. That none of these things aren't choices, or that they're not a product of their circumstances or their upbringing. It's all just genetic. And it's such a lazy way to look at life. It's how Donald Trump looks at life. You know, Donald Trump thinks that the way that you're born, your genetics determine how successful you will be. It is a brain dead take. Absolutely brain dead take.
It could never be that Israel is committing genocide, no matter, even if they nuked Gaza, he would still insist, no, I just don't believe that Israel is committing genocide in this
Well, let's
instance.
talk about the intermarriage thing too. So in Israel, you cannot have interfaith marriage. It's not legal.
So now this is why it's hard for these folks to criticize Israel and Zionism, because this is what they want too. They don't like interracial marriage. They don't like gay marriage. They don't want these things. So it's crazy. And then we're like, we're a little worried you guys would someday be genocidal. They're like, oh no, we're not like that. Okay, well your ideology is exactly the same. And if your ideology is that these things are evil or that they are a negative to society, eventually somebody's going to come along who is evil, and they're going to weaponize that ideology, and you're going to go along with it. Because what you'll look at is what we're looking at now with Donald Trump. You guys think that immigrants and wokeism is ruining this country, so you're actually cool just suspending the Constitution and forcing your views down people's throats. You're comfortable with that because you have been so thoroughly convinced that these are the real attacks on you. And ironically, you're like, Israel has the right to defend itself. That's you guys. You're like, we have the right to defend ourselves. But there's no real harm being perpetrated on you because of who you are. The harms that are being perpetrated on you as a white man in this country are literally, like, if there is a harm being perpetrated on you, it's being perpetrated on everybody. And it hit everybody else before it hit you. There's nothing that happens like directly to a white man in this country that isn't happening to everybody else. There are no like coordinated, directed, specific attacks on white men that aren't being applied to everybody else, unless it's like some people say like criticize you. In which case, yeah, some people like criticize white men, which I do all the time too, because I think that we're being very soft. If we're the last ones to be hurt by something, like maybe we shouldn't be such bitches crying about it. And then maybe we should understand that it's not all of these other people who have already been hurt by this exact same thing that are the problem. Maybe it's the system itself that's the problem, and maybe we should address inequality.
Like, does anybody know that? For everybody, for all of the, it's an equal country
Western
with
liberal
equal rights.
democracy in the Middle East.
You literally cannot have an interfaith marriage in the state of Israel unless both people convert to the same religion. I'm just telling you the facts. The compromise is they will recognize legal marriage from outside of the country, but they will not perform them inside of the country. Okay, I mean, that's pretty crazy, don't we all think? And I'm not even talking about in the West Bank, where, like you just talked about, where we see this in action, where if you murder somebody and you're Israeli or you're a settler, then you basically have two-tier systems of justice. And if you murder someone and you're a Palestinian, a soldier's going to shoot you in the face, and there's no such thing as due process. And it's basically the opposite, where if you do murder a Palestinian, you're an Israeli settler, not only do you get set free, you're basically a hero in the entire country, and you get free guns, from the government. I'm just telling you.
Think about that. Like, think about the people in this country that the right has made heroes, like Derek Chauvin, Kyle Rittenhouse. Ironically, like they take people who are doing things that they wouldn't do, and that aren't good things, and they turn them into heroes. Why? Because they're a victim, or they allege they're a victim. Like those are all your greatest heroes on the conservative side of the aisle. Why do you guys love Donald Trump? Because you think he's a victim. Because he plays victim all goddamn day. Why do you like Rittenhouse? Because he's a victim. Anybody who ever faces some consequences, you guys love, especially if they beat the charges. Those are your favorite people in the world. Those are the heroes, and then you project that on us all the time. You guys say things like George Floyd's your hero. No, nobody's hero is George Floyd. You guys hold him up as the greatest person ever. No, we don't. I called him a piece of shit. Just said he deserved due process. We just follow the law. Ironically, like almost everything you ever accuse us of doing is just what you actually do. That's how you have like a sex criminal felon in the White House right now. Is because like the more he got in trouble, the more you're like, hell yeah, I love this guy.
Reality is. And so if you look at this, I mean, the fact that interfaith marriage is actually banned inside of the country basically, emphasizes a lot of the core points that he is talking about, and a lot of this like liberal democracy stuff, which they love to trot out. It's a Jewish ethno-state. And by the way, I think ethno-states, broadly, I would look at it as more value neutral in terms of whether it's, quote, good or not, and more in terms of should America tolerate ethno-states? Like, look, we have ethno-states all over the world. Okay, so be it. All right, it's reality. But my point just about it is don't sit here and gaslight me about.
I hope what Sager's saying is like tolerate, meaning like we're not going to go destroy other countries because they're an ethno-state. I hope he's not saying like we should tolerate ethno-states here in the United States. I hope that's not what he's saying. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here.
How you're just like us, because you're actually not, So in their country, I could not marry my wife. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. Don't tell me you live in a Western country. You don't. Yeah. All right. And I could do that in probably, I think, every European democracy, and I have a lot of problems with them, but don't put yourself on the same tier as the rest of us.
Yeah. No, my kid's dad is Jewish.
Yeah, there you go.
And I was thinking about this. I was like, shit, my kid, typically, the Jewish heritage comes from the mother in terms of most sects of Judaism, although reform is different. And so I was looking, I was like, do my kids have some kind of like a right to be able to like right to return? And sure enough, they do. I'm like, they have no connection. That's insane that they have more right to live there than the Palestinians who've been like, that just shows you how absolutely insane this state actually is, and what our tax dollars.
I might not have been paying attention, but like she has 2 kids with her, I don't know if it's ex-husband or just a former partner. And they have the right to return to Israel because their dad is Israeli, but the Palestinians don't have rights. So she's pointing out, like, my kids are born here in America; they're American citizens. They've never lived there, but they have the right more so than the Palestinians. Again, the reason that this is confusing for me when I see Fuentes and other alt-righters like agreeing with us on Palestine, is like it's just different. Like the reason that we agree on this is totally different. The reason you don't like it is because you don't like Jewish people. The reason I don't like it is because I don't like ethno-states and genocide. But you love ethno-states and you would do a genocide. So it's a frustrating thing. And for you that are here that watch me and watch Nick Fuentes, I'm trying to draw that line for you. I'm trying to draw the difference between the two because it can be confusing. It can be weird that it seems like there's a lot of people who are saying the same things, but the reason they're saying it does matter, right? If you only hate what's happening in Palestine because you hate the people that are doing it, like that is anti-Semitism, and that's where it gets confusing. But it's weird to hear from the right. Like there's a lot of right-wing politicians that are like, when you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. I'm not. Fuentes is. It's your side of the aisle, ironically. It's the far right. Those people that are criticizing Israel, many of them are anti-Semitic, and that's why they're criticizing Israel. They could give a fuck about the genocide. My criticism of Israel is that they are genocidal. It has nothing to do with their ethnicity, has nothing to do with their religion. It has everything to do with Benjamin Netanyahu being a war criminal psychopath and leading his country to do a genocide. And all the people that are in Israel who are going along, who are celebrating the genocide, go fuck yourselves. But it has nothing to do with like your how you were born, what you look like, what religion you practice. This is the fundamental difference between the criticism of Israel from our side of the aisle and your side of the aisle. But still, it's Republicans every day going out on Fox calling us anti-Semitic. Yeah, Jen, that's correct. Kim said Nebraska officials announced new ICE detention. Oh, that's the one. Okay, Jen, will you send me that link in the chat? I don't know if you can. I guess it doesn't come through that way. Kim, you might need to send it to Jen like on Discord, or you can just message it to me on TikTok and Jen can get it. It's here. Oh no.
I can get it.
Okay. Bree said,
I can get it.
just a PSA to white maggots, wash your motherfucking legs, feet, and asshole, you funky bitches. Can I just say, like, I don't know how everybody else grew up, but I will say that I learned a lot more hygiene after I left my house. I don't know if that is like, I don't know if that's like a white person thing or not, but like in my house, I don't think anybody ever taught me like how to wash myself. I do think that that's, at least for me, that rings true. I don't know if that's true across the board, but I don't think my hygiene was very good until later in life. I did think there's some validity to that, but I don't know if that is systemic or not. You guys will have to let me know. Those of you else who were raised like me, you can let me know. Politico announced yesterday, we didn't get to this yet, but if you remember, the Democrats pulled a fast one on Republicans, and they voted in the Oversight Committee to force the release of the Epstein files. It came as a big surprise. If you remember, the chair of that was, I think it was Chip Roy, and he tried to shut it down. He tried to just like suspend. He's like, no, we're not voting on this, and then they had to. So now the Republicans, due to a couple of votes, have been forced to demand that the DOJ releases the Epstein files. James Comer, in a statement Monday, said that the Justice Department would start to turn over Epstein-related materials coming this Friday. Officials within the Department of Justice have informed us that the department will begin to provide Epstein-related records to the Oversight Committee this week on Friday. There are many records in DOJ's custody, and it will take the department time to produce all the records and ensure the identification of victims, and any child sex abuse material are redacted. Now, that seems incorrect because they've been telling us that they have them. Pam Bondi's been telling us forever that they had them. They were just going to go redact them, and then they say that they have them. So I don't know why it, like, again, they're just prolonging this. They just want you to forget about it. They are doing everything they can to stall this. This is very similar to Trump's like strategy when it came to all of his court cases. He knew that if he just went to court and he didn't delay them all, that like one after another, especially in close proximity to January 6th, like a lot more people would remember what happened and a lot more people would be likely to believe that he was guilty. So they just strung that along, which again, like that is privilege. For everybody who wants to call Donald Trump a victim, if any of us did the crimes he did, we couldn't have strung it along for 4 years. He was able to have some of his charges just like they never showed up because he's so rich and he weaponized political persecution, and he was able to just string this along forever to the point where he never really had to face the consequences. And I think that's what they're doing here. I also think that's why you're going to see, I hate to be alarmist, like we're going to see extreme moves by this administration. They're going to send National Guards in. They're going to arrest people. We just sent our military to Venezuela. I haven't even got to that yet. Like for some reason, we're sending our military to Venezuela right now because everybody knows Venezuela is really hurting you. They're a real threat to us right now. Speaking with reporters earlier in the day, Comer said his committee was in constructive, productive conversations with the DOJ about the release of further files in the Epstein case ahead of the August 19th deadline the committee included in its subpoena. So that's as far as it's supposed to go. It's August 19th. Obviously, it's going to go past that. Spending half your life not knowing how to wash your own ass. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It wasn't until about my freshman year of college. Yeah, that's when I learned it. Really, actually, what happened is I started like a girl touched my wiener. And then I was like, oh, I better make sure that wiener doesn't smell bad. And then that's when I started. Like once there were people exploring down there, I was like, all right, I should probably make sure that this doesn't smell bad. Comer was compelled to issue the subpoena for the files last month when, during an otherwise routine oversight subcommittee hearing, Democrats were able to get enough Republicans to take their side in a vote to force the action. It was a major victory for Democrats who have been seeking to stoke divisions among the president's base over the matter, including by highlighting the administration's lack of transparency. That's fucking good reporting by Politico, though. For you conservatives, that's honest reporting by Politico. You should like that. It said that they're trying to stoke divisions. That's good reporting. Shout out Politico. A very unbiased report right there. One of the officials brought in to be interviewed behind closed doors this week was Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr, who came to Capitol Hill to speak with members and staff on Monday. Now, you can't keep trotting Republicans, you can't keep trotting out the same people that lie to us all the fucking time and expect us to believe them. You can't trot out Bill Barr. You're not allowed to cite Bill Barr. What Attorney Bill Barr testified in there was that he had never had conversations with President Trump pertaining to a client list. That's specific. I like that. He didn't know anything about a client list. He said that he had never seen anything that would implicate President Trump in any of this. I don't believe there's a client list, for the record. So I actually think that language was on purpose. I do think Bill Barr knows Trump is all over those files. It's been confirmed. I also find it weird that under Bill Barr is when all of this stuff went missing. The cover-up was done by Bill Barr. It's a little bit funny to me that James Comer is going out after and he's like, well, we talked to Bill Barr and he said everything's good. It's like, yeah, that's the guy who covered it up, man. Like, he's not credible. I'm sorry. Nobody thinks that Bill Barr is credible here. This is the guy that covered it up. He was the one that went to Epstein's house. He went through all this stuff that we're finding out about now. Bill Barr knew about that forever. He covered it up, didn't tell anybody. Bill Barr killed multiple investigations during Trump's administration for him. So sorry, Republicans. So far, your witnesses aren't very credible. You got Bill Barr. We'll see what happens later. But of course, Bill Barr wasn't going to say anything. And of course, Republicans brought in Bill Barr because they knew he wasn't going to say anything. I'll get to that in a sec, Jen. Let me go here. This is actually pretty wild. Now, this is unconfirmed. This is Kyle Kulinski. It's been edited. I think USA News edited this, but this is Kyle Kulinski covering a story from Michael Wolff. So I'm going to let him tell it because I don't like to be hyperbolic, but this is actually a pretty wild story coming out now.
Trump Epstein bombshell to share here.
Borking, he's not credible as a witness. I would not be credible as a witness in the Epstein case either, you goddamn dipshit. Okay? He's not credible in this situation, just like I wouldn't. I don't have any evidence. So, no, I would not be credible. Your whataboutism sucked. That was a shit. Everybody boo Bori King 22. That was a bad whataboutism. You got to be better with your whataboutisms.
With you. So Michael Wolff blows the lid off this, and this is something that we know Melania doesn't want out there because she's threatening lawsuits, dog. She threatened to sue Hunter Biden for repeating the claim that originally came from Michael Wolff. And the claim was that Epstein introduced Trump and Melania. So she threatened to sue, right? And Hunter Biden came out on Andrew Callahan's show, Channel 5, and he said, fuck you, I'm not retracting it. This is from Michael Wolff. And there's a reason why, by the way, they didn't sue Michael Wolff, because Michael Wolff, if they sued Michael Wolff, all this shit would come out in discovery.
Let's talk about that. Now, you're getting upset. This is unconfirmed. Yeah, I am playing it. And look, there's one way to confirm this, right? There's one way to confirm this. She can sue. Why is she not suing Michael Wolff, Bori? How come she's only suing the people that are repeating the story, except for the guy that is telling the story? Because Michael Wolff has recordings. Michael Wolff says he has this recorded from Jeffrey Epstein. So now you got to ask this question, because I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying this happened or didn't happen. It's okay to report things that you don't know if they happened or didn't happen. I'm reporting the story as it's being told by them. Michael Wolff says this happened and I have a recording of it. Melania says it didn't happen, so I'm going to sue everybody who says that except for Michael Wolff. Because if she sues Michael Wolff for defamation, Michael Wolff gets to defend himself. And then Michael Wolff can take the video recording he has and play it. Or he doesn't have it and he won't play it. So if I'm Melania and I'm sure this didn't happen, I'd just sue Michael Wolff. He's the one that wrote wrote the books. He's the one that made the claim. Why not sue him? Instead, she's suing Hunter Biden. Here is the announcement. So Channel 5 News, Andrew Callahan went and did a full sit down with Hunter Biden. After that video dropped, that's when the lawsuit came. And so Andrew Callahan went back to Hunter Biden to tell him and show the paperwork that they were being sued.
And gentlemen, the day of presidential litigation has arrived. It's lawsuit time. In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden from the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5's video called Hunter Biden Returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, Melania Trump, and Donald Trump.
Okay, well, they knew each other well. They spent an enormous time together. According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the president met.
Really?
Yeah.
Epstein made the intro.
Yeah, according to Michael Wolff.
Yeah.
You see how careful Hunter Biden is there? He knew what he was doing. He knew, he knows enough to say, I'm just telling you what somebody else said. You can't sue. This isn't defamation to repeat something that somebody else said. You're allowed to do that. He's not stating that I know it for a fact. He's not claiming firsthand knowledge. He's saying Michael Wolff said this.
And so I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know.
He didn't make these claims out of nowhere. They come from another journalist named Michael Wolff, who is a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I've got $1 billion document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down and if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, now here's what Hunter Biden's response is. Whatever you say about Hunter Biden, I don't think Hunter Biden's a good guy. I do, however, think, is this the right one? Wait. I think it's the right one. I don't think he's a good guy, but he is smart. You can't say Hunter Biden's not intelligent.
Is that, I don't think that these threats of a lawsuit are add up to anything other than a design distraction, because it's not about who introduced whom to who. I don't know how that's in any way rises to the level of defamation to begin with, but the fact of the matter is that this is about hundreds, if not over 1,000 minors, children who were raped by Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't believe in guilt by association alone, but the connections that become, they're so glaringly obvious that I think they're trying to use other things to distract. And I also think they're bullies, and they think that $1 billion is going to scare me, which is, the fact of the matter is that if they'd like to go, I have this to say to them. If they want to sit down for a deposition and clarify the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, if the president and the First Lady want to do that, and all of the known associates around them at the time of whatever time that they met, I'm more than happy to provide them the platform to be able to do it.
Now, on top of
fact of the matter,
on top of all that, there's also a book out that has been referenced a lot recently. This is the book. It's entitled "The Rise and Fall of the House of York." And I haven't read this book, but apparently in this book, it also claims that Melania was having sex with Jeffrey Epstein for a year before she got with Trump. So I hope Melania sues them too. I'm really excited for Melania to sue all these people and show that they were lying. By the way, I would love for once and for all to know if we can trust Michael Wolff. I've said this before, but Michael Wolff says a lot of things that are unconfirmed. There's a lot of stuff that Michael Wolff claims he has evidence of that he hasn't necessarily shown. And he doesn't really have to because he's writing a book. And ironically, he's written a lot of stuff about Donald Trump. And he's made a lot of claims about Donald Trump. And nobody ever sues him. And I think that's on purpose. You'd have to explain to me why Trump isn't suing Michael Wolff all the time. Why Melania is not suing Michael Wolff. He's making some of the most outrageous claims. So why isn't anybody suing him? I'd like to know. I hope they do sue him so we can find out once and for all if Michael Wolff's telling the truth. But I do think that it shows, at the very least, I think you should be dubious at the fact that the most litigious human being in history, Donald Trump, who literally sues everybody for fucking everything, will not sue the person who is being the most salacious. Give me a better reason, Republicans. Give me a better reason why Trump isn't suing Michael Wolff. Why would he sue Hunter Biden for what Michael Wolff said, but not Michael Wolff? I don't know. Vicky Ward, who's been writing about Epstein for decades, has this to say. Let me pull this up here.
Epstein absolutely did name drop Putin. Even that Jeffrey Epstein absolutely did name drop Putin in the last 4 years of his life. 100%.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. And very sadly, my source on this tragically has recently passed away. He was a great, great friend of mine, a journalist called Ed Epstein.
Oh, yeah, I know the
he was
name.
also a great friend, actually, of Michael Wolff's. But Ed Epstein had known Jeffrey Epstein, no relation, since the 1980s. He told me that Jeffrey Epstein claimed that Vladimir Putin was a client of his.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. He was good at hiding money, and Putin.
To be clear on that, when they say client, what I think some people are going to be confused at, not a client necessarily of trafficking, but that Jeffrey Epstein, again, he managed money. So what the accusation here is that there was a connection to Putin as well, but that this would be, I don't think they're necessarily making the allegation that Epstein was trafficking women to Putin. And by the way, I do think, just based on what I know or what I've read, I guess that's a better way to put it. Based on what I've read about Epstein, what I've watched in documentaries about Epstein, I don't actually think he was trafficking to all of these people. I think that there was a group of people that he helped traffic women to, and it appears that people trafficked women to him as well. There's that story of somebody that sent him like 2 16-year-old girls for his birthday. So it seems like there's this, at least there's the Epstein circle, which a lot of that is financial stuff. And then there's the smaller Epstein circle, which is trafficking girls to and from each other. I'm not sure that she's making Epstein a case here that Epstein was trafficking girls to Putin. Also would be kind of bizarre. Like, Vladimir Putin is a murderous dictator who can do whatever the fuck he wants in Russia. Like, I don't think he needs an American billionaire to traffic people to him. But do we got you guys mad at me? This is crazy. We are talking about Epstein and we're talking about Vladimir Putin, a murderous dictator, Prince Andrew, P3DO. We got Epstein, who's trafficking women. We have all these abusers, and the MAGA folks here are most upset at me. That's cool, guys. Oh, you guys are a fucking embarrassment to like human beings. How the fuck are you mad at me right now? He's talking about Epstein, and Epstein is Trump's friend. So if you talk bad about Epstein, you're talking bad about Trump. We haven't even mentioned him. I haven't even mentioned him. Why are you mad at me right now? I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein and you're mad? Guys, you all got to get it together. Yeah, you can't be mad at me for this shit. That's crazy.
And had a lot of money that he was hiding around the world. But that's a very interesting thing. That's a major story.
During the first administration, at some point, Epstein told me that he had gone on a secret trip to Moscow to meet Putin. So here's the question. What did Jeffrey Epstein tell Vladimir Putin about Donald Trump.
There's a lot of Russians in the Jeffrey Epstein universe. And, with Putin showing up on Friday on American soil after this deal has been constructed with Ghislaine, it's all a little weird. It's just all a little, the timing is quite...
We're back to the concentric circle.
I want to talk about the three people that Donald Trump seems to be very afraid to discuss. And all three of these people have made claims, or there's people that have surrounded them that have made the claims that they have dirt on Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein, Vladimir Putin, and Benjamin Netanyahu. Three of like if you're alive right now, those are three of the worst human beings that have been alive since you've been alive. We have two genocidal maniacs and a serial child sex predator. And Donald Trump will talk shit about anybody except for those three. The closest I've heard Donald Trump say anything bad about Epstein was like he called him a creep, but only after he was dead. Not a fucking peep when Epstein was alive. In fact, like the stuff on record was like, he's a great guy. And then when Maxwell's going in to testify in court, I wish her well. And now he's giving her a cushy spot. There is no fucking chance. You guys would have already stormed the fucking Capitol, the White House. We would be in the midst of a civil war if Joe Biden did any of this. Why can't Donald Trump talk badly about, I guess, four of the worst human beings on earth? He'll go after AOC. He'll go after Bernie Sanders. He'll go after Justin Trudeau. He'll go after the European Union. He'll go after NATO. He'll go after Zelensky. He'll go after the Palestinians. But when he starts talking about the people that allegedly have dirt on him, why are those the only people he doesn't talk shit about? Why are those the only people that he's not constantly criticizing? It certainly isn't in your interest, right? It's certainly not in the interest of MAGA. It is not in the interest of you, MAGA, for Donald Trump to praise Vladimir Putin and drag this war on and try and give land back to, or give Ukrainian land away. It's no benefit to you for Donald Trump to keep funding a genocide in Palestine. Russia's a fucking BRICS nation. Why are we soft on BRICS? You guys have been telling me the whole Biden administration, BRICS was what I was supposed to be afraid of. The whole time you guys kept telling me it was BRICS. And now he's like the biggest country in BRICS, one of the biggest countries in BRICS. Now he's just like playing patty cake with Russia. Won't say a bad word about Vladimir Putin. What do you all know about about Israeli intelligence? What do you all believe? You all believe that they have dirt on our politicians. Every fucking one of you believes that, except for Trump, though. No. They don't have any dirt on Trump. No. But Trump won't criticize him. At some point, you have to recognize how hypocritical you folks are. At some point. Why? What other possible reason could we have for Donald Trump's consistently siding with Netanyahu, Putin, Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why did he move Ghislaine Maxwell to a nicer prison where she might get work release? Why are we doing favors for a sexual abuser of children? Why are we doing that? Still not a mean word about Maxwell. Not one fucking mean word about Maxwell. Not one. Donald Trump has criticized everybody in his party, in other parties. This guy is never slow to insult somebody. Unless it's Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Vladimir Putin, or Benjamin Netanyahu. All people who allegedly have dirt on him, who privately have said that they have dirt on him. And he's cool. Do you know how far into a cult you have to be Just be like, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. No. They don't have dirt on him. He just licks their asshole for fun. It's just what he likes to do. That's crazy. He arrested them? He didn't arrest them, dipshit. Oh, he arrested Netanyahu? He arrested Putin? He arrested Epstein? He arrested Maxwell? I don't think so. He didn't. Wasn't that, did New York arrest Maxwell? Let's see. Who arrested Maxwell? Who did it? Let's see. Where was the arrest? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's a civil suit. FBI denied it. Was it Max? Okay. So he arrested Maxwell and wished her well. By the way, even this part of the story, what's he going to do? The FBI's like, we have charges against Maxwell. What's Trump going to do? Come out publicly and be like, no. He couldn't stop that, but he did wish her well. Right? Epstein was not first arrested by Trump. Let's be clear on that. He doesn't do shit about Netanyahu or Putin. The FBI, while Trump was president, arrested Maxwell. Okay. Oh, yeah. So that must mean that they don't have any dirt on. That's why he says such nice things about them and never criticize them. If you can't find it in yourself to criticize a pedophile, I don't know what kind of person are you? Zero criticism for that? The closest he's ever come is calling Jeffrey Epstein a creep. Come on, man. Come on. That's not good. Guys, we have how much time we have? About 20 minutes left of the show. Gift goal is mostly wiped out. I think 131. I think that's numbers wrong. I think it's a little less than that left in the gift goal. If you could help us knock that out, I understand. People are tightening the screws. It's hard sometimes to donate, but if you are able to donate, that'd be a great help to us. Amy said Trump did talk bad about the fact that he stole one of his teen girl employees. Yeah, he took one of my babies. He took one of those teen girls I was staring at. Lisa said for calling out these bitches. Thank you, Lisa. I think that's it. Make sure. Cash App's not loading. All right. Yeah, I call it a show. Thanks for asking. I want to get in. I want to just cover some Russia-Ukraine stuff, and then we'll get out of here. This is a Representative Warren Davidson. I'm trying to remember where is it. Ohio? Is he Ohio? I never even heard of this guy. I think it's Ohio. See, I was going to ask him like, what should Ukraine have done? And this is in response to Donald Trump coming out publicly and saying like Ukraine never should have gotten in this war with Russia, which is a crazy thing to say, right? Like Russia invaded their country. They didn't sit there and talk shit and then start a war. Russia invaded their country, and Trump, after meeting with all these members of NATO, is like, well, Ukraine should not have engaged in this war. Okay. What do you want him to do? When another country rolls in, what do you want him to do? And that's the question CNN is going to ask here to, again, Representative Warren Davidson. I think Ohio, but it'll say.
That is 10 times your size. Congressman, what should Ukraine have done when Russia rolled tanks over the border and invaded and was rushing toward Kyiv?
Well, once the tanks are rolling, diplomacy failed. And what they should have done is going back to 2013, 2014, is they should have been clear that they want to maintain a friendly relationship with Russia, that they're not posing a threat to Russia, and they would never let Europeans or Americans pose a threat to Russia.
First of all, find some sun, you pasty bitch. Second of all, in 2013, 2014, here's what he's talking about. They should have found a way to do this diplomatically. They did. They should have found a way to use the law. They did. So in 2013 and 2014, if you're unaware of what was going on in Russia, Russia staged a coup inside of Ukraine. They put Russian plants in their government, and they tried to get the folks in Crimea to agree to join Russia and be part of Russia. Why? Because Russia wanted that area of land. It's very important for their goals of dominating Europe one day. And the story from Russia is these people want to be Russians. And that's their story, because there was a coordinated campaign from folks within the Ukrainian government that were working for Russia. And oh, by the way, Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, he was over in Ukraine trying to push the folks of Crimea into accepting that they become part of Russia. And the Ukrainians said no. They literally, like, they had a semi-violent insurrection, and they had a new election, and they ran out all of these Russian plants. The Ukrainians said, we want to be independent. We do not want Russia to have Crimea. So he may know this. He may not. He's probably getting money from Russia himself. But he's now blaming Ukraine too. Like, yeah, Ukraine should have just given that land to Russia, and then none of this would happen. None of this would have ever happened if they just gave Russia whatever they wanted, which is a fucking insane thing to say. First of all, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But if that were true, then why did Russia move past Crimea? If that's all Russia wanted was Crimea, then what are they doing in Kyiv? Why did they move past Crimea? Why didn't they just go and take Crimea, which they've had? If anybody's unfamiliar with this, Russia annexed Crimea. Russia has been there. That's why there were sanctions on Russia. That's why they got removed. That's why the G7 is not the G8, because Russia took Crimea. So after the coup didn't work out, after Ukraine wouldn't just hand it to Russia, Russia took it anyways. And this guy's saying, well, maybe if you would have just given it to them instead of allowing them to invade, then they wouldn't have invaded further. Doesn't make any sense, because Russia wants to invade further. Russia's stated goal is to reclaim the USSR. How the fuck do we have Republicans in Congress literally out here bootlicking for Vladimir Putin? America first? None of these people are America first. They have all sold you out. They've all sold you out because they're probably getting dollars from Russia.
Russia feels threatened by a lot of things, and including the internal domestic affairs of Ukraine. So eastern Ukraine, the Donbass, east of the Dnieper River, heavily Russian speaking. They want to maintain Russian culture, and a friend of mine from there said, hey, it's a lot.
Drew, shut up. He gave them more than blankets. You guys are so, like, you're literally educated by talking points. What else did he do? Did he slap sanctions? Yeah. What else did he do? Did he give them weapons? Yeah, he did. But he also gave them blankets. And so that's the talking point you guys go with. Because everything's a fucking whataboutism with you bitches. Every fucking time. Did Obama lick Vladimir Putin's asshole? Did he roll out the red carpet? Did he refuse to condemn him? Did he blame Ukraine for Russia invading? No. Did he give him defensive weapons? Yes. Did he slap sanctions on him? Yes. Did he also give him blankets? Yes. What's the only part you talk about? Blankets. Why are you talking about blankets? Because your guy has his head shoved up Vladimir Putin's asshole, and he's licking violently. And he's kissing his ass over and over and over again, and you don't want to address that. So what you do is you repeat a dumb fucking talking point about blankets. Go do some fucking research. Just go look at what Obama actually gave them. You are entirely educated by memes, because once again, this is the pattern. Republicans are lazy. They are all lazy fucks with strong opinions. They never go past what works for them. Oh, well, I don't ever have to accept that Donald Trump is Vladimir Putin's puppet, because I read a meme one time that said all Obama did was give blankets, and I didn't research any of that. I didn't go and look and see if they gave him anything else besides blankets, because I'm fucking lazy. Because being a white conservative man in this country has always been really fucking easy. And so I'm just used to this. My dad was fucking lazy. My grandpa was fucking lazy. My kids are going to be fucking lazy. We'll never learn anything new. We're entirely educated by memes. That's all of you. Also, that you don't have to admit that Donald Trump is obviously, and then the Republican Party are obviously like puppets for Vladimir Putin. All just so you don't have to address reality.
Like maybe for an American, if you think of Quebec, they want to speak French. They want this French culture.
CNN's playing in the background. This is a Republican, you dumb fuck. Ignore the fucking logo. This is a Republican. He's on the Armed Services Committee. This is who Republicans, your party, they sent this guy to CNN. I'm playing him. I'm playing a Republican. I'm not playing opinion from CNN. This is a Republican, an elected Republican from Ohio that you guys sent to CNN to tell the story. Don't get mad at the logo. Again, lazy. There's another example of how intellectually lazy these fucks are. I'm not going to listen to this because I see a CNN logo, and now I don't have to acknowledge any of this. There's nobody lazier than you guys. This is why all your states suck. This is why red states fucking suck. You guys are lazy. Find those bootstraps. Pull yourself up. It's getting embarrassing.
Inherited, and we're not going to recognize that, and we're going to purge every reference to what you view as your culture. That's the kinds of things that were going on in the internal affairs of Ukraine that Russia continued to try to address with Ukraine. That's not an excuse for the invasion or war, but there was no diplomacy that was de-escalatory. In fact, everything was escalatory. And so I think, look, if you go back to maybe some days imagine a bar, everybody might get a little loud and mouthy until like the defensive end guy stands up and he's 6'5", about 280, and clearly really fit. And every time I've seen that happen, somebody gets really diplomatic really quick. And I think that's what President Trump's talking about. You didn't give enough weight to diplomacy.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other way of looking at it is sometimes you do have to stand up to bullies. And you talk.
All right. So outside of blankets, the United States also committed $120 million in security assistance for Ukraine. They gave $75 million worth of equipment, including UAVs, counter-mortar radars, night vision devices, and medical supplies. They also included 230 armored Humvee vehicles. They gave them defensive aid. I might have said lethal aid earlier. I meant defensive aid. I don't know if I did say lethal aid earlier. I may have said that because he did. They gave them defensive aid. They didn't give them blankets. And by the way, when Trump quoted that, he was quoting John McCain. So there you go. You guys are repeating John McCain talking points that all they got was blankets. No, they got a ton of defensive aid. Just tell the truth. I don't know why all of your talking points are just like tiny portions of truth. Just be honest.
By the lessons of World War I, there are a lot of people
you
who
sure do. And if you want to play Ukraine, I think that'd be great. You can go ahead.
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the other side of what you're saying. And you're talking about the lessons of World War I. There are people who talk about the lessons of World War II and Munich and concessions right there. But it does sound like you're putting some responsibility on Ukraine for this conflict.
I'm not repeating CNN talking points. I took that directly from the White House. So good try again. Noodle Poodle Girl said, I adore your MAGA bro impersonation. Thank you. Chatterbox says, main slogan to use for Republicans, always disappointing, always racist, always looking for outs for themselves. I just think they're lazy. Jeff said, can try tomorrow to join on better computer upgrading still. Okay, Jeff, we'll look forward to seeing that. Don't have that one. All right. Moving on. This was we dealt with having to hear about Biden being cognitively impaired. This is one of the dumbest responses I've ever heard to anything. This is NATO. What do they call it? Is it president? What are they, or EU president? I mean, is it president or is that what they use? Do they say president? Anyways, Ursula von der Leyen, and she's going to talk about how we need to return children. We need to get that. There's a bunch of children who are being held hostage, and we need to return these children because they're children. And Trump's response to this is so much dumber than anybody could predict.
Every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great.
What? Excuse me, what? I don't give a fuck about children. We had a big trade deal. What? I don't know if he's dumb, if he wasn't listening. He just I think that how this works is while other people are talking, Trump just figures out a way that he can brag about something. I think that's what happened. I think that he doesn't have an attention span. So the whole time she was speaking, he was just probably like, I'm going to bring up the fact that we had this massive trade deal, and then tells her congratulations. Can you imagine being on the other side of that? We got to bring back all the children who are victims. Yeah, that's a good point. We did negotiate the largest trade deal in history. Congratulations. You'd be like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Can we talk about the children real quick that we want to bring back, or we're just going to move on from that? Okay.
Just a couple of weeks ago, made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany,
I watched this whole thing. I watched this whole thing. This is a meeting about Ukraine. I did watch it. Yes, I understand Trump kept bringing up these trade deals, but again, why is he ignoring that part at the end? That's the important part. We got to do something about the kid. He should be like, yeah, we should get those kids back. But instead, congratulations on your massive trade deal. It's just a way for him to brag. And again, they're mad at me. Every time Trump does something stupid, you guys get mad at whoever delivers the message. Defend it or don't, but like, stop getting mad at people for just playing. Like, these are his words. I don't know why every day Republicans come in here and you get mad at me playing your guys' words. I play the clip and then you're like, fuck you for playing that. Why don't you just masturbate to pictures of Trump like the rest of us? Just doesn't do it for me. I think that might be the problem. Then Trump goes on Fox and Friends to go bullshit. Now he's in this meeting, and during this meeting, Zelensky was actually pretty complimentary, and he's like, "Hey, look, I think this was a good meeting. I think we're gonna have security guarantees. We all agreed. Like Putin invaded. It was bad. Everybody was laughing and chuckling. And then once Trump's out of the room, he becomes Trump again. He becomes Vladimir Putin's fluffer. Goes on Fox News where he knows Vladimir's watching. Don't worry, Vladimir. I didn't forget about you. Don't worry, Vladimir. I got you still.
I'll discuss any land swaps yesterday because we've talked a lot about the Donbass region. And what was the feeling in the room? What did the other leaders say about this?
Well, they understand. Look, everybody can play cute and this and that, but, Ukraine's going to get their life back. They're going to stop having people killed all over the place, and they're going to get a lot of land. But this was
going to get a lot of land? They have a lot of land. All of that land is there. What do you mean they're going to get a lot of land? He's talking like this is a gift.
A war, and Russia is a powerful military nation, whether people like it or not. It's a powerful nation. It's a much bigger nation. It's not a war that should have been started. You don't do that. You don't take on a nation that's 10 times your size. And, military experts look, if it wasn't for the greatest military equipment, we make the greatest military equipment in the world. And we gave them, whatever. They took probably a lot of money too. But they had tremendous, they had the Patriot missile, which is the best in the world. All the equipment, we make the best equipment in the world by far. Everyone else is like nothing. So we gave them a lot of equipment. Now with that,
it's the weave. Like even at a time when we should be talking about Vladimir Putin, who has invaded another country, who is demanding that he gets to keep part of that country. Donald Trump can't go on TV and be like, yeah, but he shouldn't do that. He's like, well, we did everything we can for Ukraine. We have the best missiles. We even gave them some of those missiles. We're going to get some of their resources for it. They paid for it, but we gave them all these great missiles. Never a criticism of Putin. He's just sitting here criticizing Ukrainians. You guys should just be grateful.
Said the Ukrainian soldiers were brave as hell because they're fighting a force that's much, much bigger and in theory much more powerful. And it's not like they've stopped. I assume you've all seen the map. A big chunk of territory is taken, and that territory has been taken. Now they're talking about Donbass, but Donbass right now, as you know, is 79% owned and controlled by Russia.
Not owned, controlled.
So they understand what that means. Mr. President.
Thanks, Amy Lynn, for all the gifted subs. Appreciate that. I just don't he's saying you don't take on a nation that's 10 times your size. They didn't take on Russia. Russia came in. What do you want them to do? Bend over? I do think that it's ironic that it's MAGA who's like, they should just take it, because that's what you guys do. You just take it. You just bend over and take it. Donald Trump does whatever he wants. He sells out the country. He makes a fortune. He doesn't do a goddamn thing for you. And you bend over and you take it and you say, thanks, Daddy. Give me some more. It is. I think that just being bitches, I think what you're upset about is that Ukraine isn't willing to be cucky little bitches like you. I think that that's why you wind up siding here. We do whatever Donald says, even if it hurts us, and we celebrate it. Why can't Ukraine do that with Putin? Why can't everybody be cucky little bitches like us? That's not fair. Instead of listening to Putin lies about peace, if Maggie, you don't have to do that. You could listen to folks from Estonia. They've got a little bit of expertise here. Here is a man from Estonia. They have really good camera work here, by the way. And in Estonia, they don't think that this is over. They don't think that Vladimir Putin's done. They've dealt with Vladimir Putin. All of Russia all of Europe is doing this exact same thing. Because the only people fucking dumb enough to believe that if we give Vladimir Putin this land in Ukraine, all the violence will be over are MAGA. You guys are the only ones that are dumb enough to believe that. The rest of the world knows exactly what Putin's doing because they can read and they're not in a cult and they don't have any like incentive to ignore the fact that Putin is a murderous dictator. They don't have you don't have people in Estonia going over and doing like puff pieces for Vladimir Putin, like Tucker Carlson. We don't have they don't have members of their parliament going on TV and are like, actually, Ukraine, they're the bad ones. So here's what's happening in Estonia because they know what's about to come.
So this isn't in Ukraine. These tanks are carrying out training exercises in Estonia, and they're doing that because Putin isn't going to stop at Ukraine. Putin has said himself that he wants to keep marching west all the way to Poland. And as the entire world's media gathered in Alaska to listen to Putin's nonsense about wanting peace, nonsense about wanting a ceasefire, this is what Putin actually wants. And it's war and destruction. Because again, he said it himself, he isn't going to stop at Ukraine.
А старинное правило, там, где ступает нога русского солдата, то наше.
And drive 1 hour down that way and you'll see new trenches that this country is building to stop Russian tanks steaming across the border. And the same people that say this is hysterical, the same people that say this isn't possible, are the same people that thought Putin wouldn't steam into Ukraine. And so instead of listening to these peace talks and giving Putin a second of your time, instead of inviting him to a brunch, we should be focusing on one thing, that Russia isn't going to stop unless it is stopped. And that's stopped with military might and stopped with real deterrence. And this is also happening in Estonia because this country knows what it's like to have Russia as its neighbors. This country was colonized by the Soviet Union in the exact same way that Ukraine was. And this country knows exactly what Russia is capable of and what Russia wants to do next.
This is you got Finland up here. Finland's talking about their fear. Like all of Europe knows what Russia wants to do. It seems to be just you, MAGA, with Vladimir Putin's tiny dick in your mouths that like you're going to bat for him, and you're only going to bat for him because of Trump. I think again, like just to bring the point back around, you guys are fucking lazy. Donald Trump is Clearly, he has some sort of affinity for Vladimir Putin where he will overlook anything Vladimir Putin does. He's clearly afraid of Vladimir Putin. He's clearly intimidated by Vladimir Putin. You can make up whatever reason you might want that to be. But for whatever reason, your guy cozies up to murderous dictators. Those are his people. And since you voted for him, you're just going along with it. You're just like, yeah, it's probably Ukraine's fault. You're actually saying that if he gets a ceasefire here, that if he stops this Russian aggression, at least for now, that he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Have you not, like, is there any part of you that is aware of history? Is there any part of you that trusts Vladimir Putin? Vladimir Putin has not kept a single agreement that he's made. Russia doesn't keep their agreements. Russia lies to you. This is taking like your cheating girlfriend back over and over. I promise I'm not going to keep cheating on you. And then she does it again. Oh, this is the last time. Oh, this is the last time. I won't do it. And then like for like 2 months, they're like taking you out to nice dinners and they're like cleaning up around the house. And then 2 months later, you like find them fucking in a porta potty again. You're like, God damn it. I swear this was the last time. You guys are the ones that just like keep eating it. He's like, yeah, it's probably good. Throwing all of our allies under the bus. And by the way, all this for Vladimir Putin. All of this for a BRICS nation. All of this for a country whose like stated goal is to destroy America. Why? You guys used Iranians saying death to America as justification for bombing them. Just them saying it. They said death to America so we can bomb them. Vladimir Putin's stated goal for decades has been to destroy America. He consistently attacks us. He literally, just 2 weeks ago, Russia hacked our PACER system, and when Trump was asked about that, he's like, everybody does it. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Tell Vladimir Putin not to do it anymore? Everybody does it. Didn't care. Didn't give a fuck. Yeah, Vlad, you can steal. It's okay. They hate America too. They want to destroy America too. Well, they should, all these other countries, they should really get out of their way. They're very misunderstood, these Russians. Tucker Carlson, have you ever been to Moscow? Look at this. There's no homeless people here. They must be a good country. Their grocery stores are cheap. And then you guys just trotted out. Oh yeah, my name's Jeffrey. I'm a lazy man. Sorry, I shouldn't say Jeffrey. Jeffrey was nice. My name is John. I'm a MAGA dipshit. I don't think for myself. I just knee-jerk react to everything Trump says, and I defend it. I have no fucking clue why. I just have already decided that Trump is right about everything, so I will just defend it. The stuff that I'm covering on this show, like I get accused by you guys of Trump derangement syndrome all the time. The stuff I've covered today is so black and white. It is so very simple. I'm not, if whatever you want to say about the media and Trump derangement syndrome, like, if it's never the petty shit that we're covering here. We're covering like real issues on this show every fucking day. I go out of my way to try not to cover the petty shit. Like there is a lot of stuff I could cover. I could do the Midas touch stuff. I could do the clickbait stuff. I could do the political stuff. I could do the Democrat hackery stuff. I could do all of that. And I don't. Every single day, we spend 3.5 hours talking about real issues. There's not a single thing I covered today that you guys should be defending, and you are, but you only are defending it because of Trump. Not because it's your real feelings, not because you understand it. It's just all you know is I don't like him. I report stuff that about him that is negative, so you naturally hate me. And that's where America's fucked. Imagine telling the people like that were around for the Cold War. Imagine the people that like when we landed on the moon that were like, fuck yeah, we got him. Imagine those people today, like if you told me like, hey, you're never gonna believe this, but you know how like the Soviet Union eventually fell and like it was all broken up and we were like, yeah, we won the Cold War. Remember that? And they're like, yeah, I remember that. That was so cool. Yeah. Did you know that your grandson is gonna be on the internet? I guess if they knew what the internet was, your grandson is publicly gonna be going out there saying, I don't know why we're so worried about Russia turning back into the Soviet Union and reclaiming all that land. What are we worried about them for? What do you think those people would say? Like they'd be like, what the fuck? Or what happened? What happened? You guys get overrun by communists? Did Russian communists infiltrate the United States and turn everybody into fans of the USSR? No, you're never going to believe this. You're never going to believe who it is. It's not communists. Who is it? It's the conservatives. It's the Ronald Reagan conservatives. They're the ones. No. Yeah, I promise. I swear. They're even using the same slogan. They're even saying, make America great again. They're doing the same thing. I swear to God. No fucking way. It wouldn't be the Ronald Reagan conservatives. The Republicans, they must have been infiltrated by communists. No. In fact, they hate communism. There's a guy that's like a democratic socialist that's running for mayor, and they're all calling him a communist, and they're trying to deport people who claim that they're communists. They still hate communists. Wait, but why don't they? Wait, hold on. But they like Russia now? Yeah, they like Russia. Why? I don't really know. It just seems like the president, the guy that was supposed to be like Ronald Reagan, he's real friendly with Putin. He's real friendly with their president now. Okay. Are we allies now? No, you'll never believe it. They didn't stop attacking us. They've infiltrated our elections. They've infiltrated our politics. They hack all our computer systems. Yeah, they're still our enemy. They still say they're our enemy, and they still attack us all the time. Well, what does this president say? You wouldn't believe it. He says, I don't care. He says Ukraine shouldn't have been standing there. He just says all these, they shouldn't have been in the way. They would lose their fucking minds if you could bring back all those folks that like fought the Cold War. They would be absolutely baffled that you bitches have just 60 years later, you're like, yeah, maybe USSR had a good point. Yeah, maybe we should let the USSR come back together. Maybe we should do that. Fuck all that stuff. Fuck all these wars that they had. Fuck all of that. Fuck all the economic devastation that happened through there. All these countries, Latvia, like these countries you're pointing at now, Latvia, Ukraine, like they've overcome a lot. Croatia, they've been through hell for the last 60 years. They fought wars against Russia, and they won. They all got their sovereignty. And 60 years later, it's the Ronald Reagan Republicans like, yeah, fuck those countries. Why do they think they have the right to exist by themselves? That's crazy. That's who you guys have become. Like all of American history. Like we have we give women the right to vote. Now it's the Republicans. Like, I don't know if we should have done that. Undoing Jim Crow. I don't know. Yeah, is segregation really so bad? Everything that we've done in this country to progress, you guys are like, we need to undo all of that. Why? Well, because Donald Trump said so. I can't explain it. I think it has something to do with woke. I think it's woke. I think that's why we need to undo all this stuff, because of woke. It might be trans people. Could be trans. It's either woke or trans. I can't remember. It's woke or trans. But and by the way, we're doing a genocide too. Remember when we fought in World War II? Because we're like, we don't like genocide. Well, now we're supportive of genocide. This is the same. This is the conservatives. They're like, we should do another genocide. We should support that. There were Americans like you all throughout American history. There have been conservatives throughout the whole time. And in every instance, conservatives are like, when it comes to a big issue, you're always wrong. You're wrong about women's suffrage. You're wrong about slavery. You were wrong about civil rights. You were wrong about LGBTQ protections. You were wrong in World War II. You guys sided with the Nazis. You guys liked Hitler. The history of America, no matter what, it's always conservatives that are the bad guys. Always. Every single time. Progressives are always the good guys. Conservatives, always the bad guys. And yet these same conservatives convince you all the time, like, the progressive left is going too far. What do you mean they're going too far, says conservative American? You'll never believe it. You'll never believe it, says conservative America. These progressive leftists, guess what they're trying to do? What is that? What? They are trying to tell us we cannot own people as property. The fuck? These woke, Marxist, communist bitches. You'll never believe what these wokesters are doing. What? They're letting women vote. Are you fucking kidding me? This is what's wrong with our country. Moral degradation. You'll never believe this, what these wokesters are up to now. What? I went to the drinking fountain, and they said that black people and white people could drink out of the same drinking fountain. That's just gone too far for me. Next thing you know, they're gonna want our children to go to school together. Yeah, guess what? They are fucking wokesters. That's you. Whole history. It's just conservatives calling people whatever version of woke it is when we're just talking about equality. American history is conservatives bad, progressives good. And all you guys have is, well, it was actually the Democrats who were pro-slavery. Did you know that? Yeah, we all knew that. Those were the conservatives. They wanted to conserve. They wanted things to stay the same. They didn't want to change things. They wanted to keep owning slaves. They thought that this progressive ideology of, black people have rights was too far for them. And then it was like, again, like, we can't go to school together. We can't interact together. The whole history of the United States is just one conservative fuck up after another. The United States would be a lot further along if we didn't have conservatives. But unfortunately, it's human nature to be fearful. We all have fear. We're all afraid of change. Some of us just aren't bitches. Some of us aren't cowards. Some of us learn new things and we adapt. And some of us are the same person we were when we were 18, only now we're a little more bitter. We didn't change any of our views, but now we're a little more bitter about it. We don't like change. And so then we get angry, and then we become bigots, and then we die angry. Okay, that's some Americans and some people adapt. You could be the adapt, or you can be on the wrong side of history again, just like your ancestors probably were. every fucking time. And eventually, by the way, because not everybody in America, in fact, most people in America aren't racist fucks, eventually, like, white people are going to be this minority. And not because you got replaced, but because a lot of us don't fucking care, right? A lot of us don't care. A lot of us don't think, like, when we're looking for a partner, we're not like, well, I do need to keep these genes going. No, we don't care. We just love who we love, right? And then eventually, just the trajectory here is people are going to love who they love. And you're going to have, like, basically everybody in America is going to have all sorts of different ethnicities. And everybody's going to be, like, something, like part of something. That's how it's going to go. And then we'll still just have, like, this tiny faction of you dipshits probably living in Alabama going, white power, white and right. And you're not going to have teeth. You're all going to be inbred because you're going to run out of people to fuck. And then it's just going to be like, it's going to get down to like, okay, well, now we're doing first cousins. And then you're just going to be inbred rednecks living in this little tiny corner talking about, I miss the good old days. And us progressives will still be paying your bills. And we'll give you some criticism for being racist dipshits, but we'll still pay all your bills because you guys won't be able to do anything. And you won't innovate, and you'll still be like, I don't believe in climate change. Everybody will be in like flying cars, and you'll be like, I'm gonna drive my 1953 gas powered truck, and you'll still be doing it. This is the good old days. That'll be you, and then the rest of the world will evolve. This is another movement, and it sucks right now. Like I don't want to diminish it, but like right now it sucks. Right now is in my lifetime, this is the most power the racists have had. This is the most attention they've got. This is the most centralized their power is. They've got them in the White House. Like the whole administration is a bunch of whiny bitch racists. And you'll lose that power eventually, just like you always do. But right now, it sucks for everybody. I do think, though, I think we'll get past it. Because conservatism is just intellectual laziness. And the dumbest people don't usually win. Eventually, the dumb people lose, and we'll get there. Illusion said, "Are you taking psych courses in night school?" No, I should though. Joseph said, "Put the fucking wall back up in Germany. Put it up, Mr. Gorbachev. Build that fucking wall back up. Build that. Yeah, Mexico's gonna pay for it. That's our next move with Germany." Eric said, "We the people demand the Epstein files now. Maxwell needs to have a view of the underside of the concentration camp Trump built in the Florida swamp. Whoever is in those files can keep her company." Marianne, thank you for the super chat. MT Clark, thank you for the super chat. Jeff said, "I am the best Jeff in the chat. All others bow down." I don't know if that's true, Jeff, but I do bet they have better connection. I don't know if you're the best one, but your connection's not. Proud Atheist says, "With Trump, might makes right." Jenstar says, "Trumper guys in the chat are the weakest little emotional people ever." Joby Seitz said, "Rob Noor sounds like T-Rex from Toy Story." Who plays T-Rex in Toy Story? I don't remember. I'll listen. I believe you. I just don't remember. A Noodle Poodle Girl says, "I adore your MAGA bro impression." I think I read that one. Bree. Oh no, it always makes me nervous. Bree says, "Buy yourself an African net or exfoliating net and wash that stank from your holes, thinking you're superior and you're just superior and being funky as hell. Buy putrid bitches." I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what an exfoliating net is. So I think that may be directed at me. I have no idea what's an exfoliating net. Natalie says, "Trump sucks." Bree also says, "I got to educate y'all now. Please turn your water from cold and lukewarm to hot, funky ho." Amanda says, "Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, go birds." I only agree with the first two. And I do not support the go birds ideology. I think that's a flawed ideology. Let me check Jen's messages real quick, then we'll get out of here. Renee said, "Jay, after today's show and you go into your garage when you're done, go watch one episode of Married with Children." I wasn't allowed to watch Married with Children when I grew up. That was like the #1 show I couldn't watch. It was even worse than The Simpsons for us. Christy says, "So I feel threatened by my neighbors. Do I have a claim to annex their property?" Just asking. They have a great backyard. Yeah. Just put on that MAGA hat and walk over. Joby says, "Rob Norris sounds like Wallace Shawn. You'll never unhear." All right. Okay. We have to do this. I don't know who that is.
An African net sponge it's a good way to wash. I can send you a picture of one if you'd like to see what they look like.
I did not know. Yeah, I didn't know this is Wallace Shawn. I'm not gonna play the video because copyright. But here's, let's see, close my.
Inconceivable. It's inconceivable. 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 You keep using the word.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. And that is who plays T-Rex in Toy Story. Same person. What am I googling? African. What's it called? African
sponge.
African net sponge. Why is it a net sponge? A net?
Well, it's like loofahs and stuff like that can
I
carry
have-
a lot of extra bacteria and stuff.
Oh, I have one.
So-
I have one of these. I didn't know that's what it was called. Okay, I do have one of those. I just didn't know that's what it was called. Is it? It's good for scrubbing dead skin off you. That's what I learned. All right.
Yep.
That's what exfoliating is. I learned about lotion and exfoliating like in my 30s. And don't do that thing. Don't. That's clipped. That's clipped, huh, Jen? That's gonna be clipped.
100%. That's one of the more busy channels in the server.
Damn it.
It's
Which is
RTP out of context.
Which is a reminder for everybody: if you're not in the Discord, what the fuck are you doing? Where are you? You should be in the Discord. There is a section in the Discord called RTP out of context. It sucks for me. It's just a bunch of clips of me saying things that sound incredibly fucked up. I'll give you some examples here. I never know. Like, no, that's not. That's got music. How about this? Almost. I hope this is thrilling for you, guys. You can't see my screen. I'm so sorry. That's too long. If I say good girl, they get so excited. They love that. They love that type of attention. It's like so hard. I'm not fluent in dick. I'm still learning that. Oh, lie to me. Oh, lie to me harder. I did get some good advice on how to deal with cocks yesterday. So that's the segment. You can just go through there. It's just me getting absolutely decimated out of context. It sucks. There are some other. Where are the other ones? I think this one was in there. Like if I get a pool noodle and go to the park and LARP with my friends and dress up in costumes, how's that any different than being a Republican? That one I'm proud of. I want to be clear on that one. I'm proud of. I don't see. There's some other ones up here that killed me the other day. Where is it? There was one that got me bad. This one? It's the days when there's not like anything to go deep on that are actually the harder ones for me. If you want to beat your friends off, just beat your friends off. That was the one. That was the one. Just do it. All right, guys. Join the Discord if you're not. Joseph said, go Birds, not a flawed ideology. Super Bowl champs, baby. That sucks. I hate that you guys won the Super Bowl. I hate that so much. I don't know why. I hate the Eagles. I always have. I don't know what it is. I remember when you guys got Mike Vick, I was so mad because I loved watching that guy play, and it was so easy to hate Donovan McNabb. I just always have hated the Eagles. That's it. All right, Jen. Any last words from you? I do think we hit the gift goal. Thank you guys so much for knocking that out those last couple minutes. I appreciate it. Anything?
Yeah, just to check out the links in the bio if you could. If you guys haven't viewed a Spotify episode, if you guys could go do that for us, that would be cool. Other than that, that's all.
All right. All right, everybody. I will catch you tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or the artist formerly known as Twitter. You can catch the replays on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to get notifications for when we go live. That's free. We also have paid subscriptions. That just helps us continue our show month to month. And hopefully at some point we have the opportunity to not have to ask for super chats. We're getting closer and closer every day. So thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate all your support. And for the MAGA that were here today, I'm sorry I was mean to you. I hope that you come back tomorrow, and I hope that some of you outside of Jeff get the courage to come up and have a discussion someday, despite whoever that idiot is in the chat that keeps telling you you'll be muted every time you make a good point. That's not the case. Just if you come up and you only want to talk about 9/11 conspiracies, then you will get muted. If you refuse to engage in a conversation and just talk 9/11 conspiracy theories, you're going to have a problem up here because we want to talk about real things. Other than that, guys, take care of yourself. Take care of your mental health. Drink water. Say something nice about yourself. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer. Amy Lynn said,